And it was over something really, really silly. Something we shouldn't have broken up over. But it is. It is what it is. We broke up, and here I am in Ethiopia tonight. Question. Is there anybody out there single? That broke up with a man and they looking for somebody else right now? You gotta be
Microphone check 1 2 1 2.
single. Single ladies, put your hands in the air right now so I can see you.
Shout out to those tuning in. You already know what it is.
Single ladies, single ladies. Now I would like to get to know you and talk to you and have a drink or something, and we can just have something to eat and just. But at the end of the conversation,
Showing the great hits of the great Robert Kelly. You know what I'm saying? Yes, Lord.
I know I am. So you got to be willing to split the difference. Come to America and see me. I come out here to see you in Ethiopia. But it's so hard to get back and forth. So hard to get back and forth. Problem. How?
The official Passport Bro song. The official Passport Bro song. Y'all gonna need this. Y'all gonna need this song. We gonna need this.
I got it. Do you have your passport? Did you get your shots? Girl, would you like to come back with Rob to America? America. Do you have your passport? Did you get your shots?
Girl, would you like to come back with Chris to America?
America. America.
Let's let him take it home. Let's let him take it home.
Did you get your shots? Who wants to come back with us to America? To America.
Hey, y'all, but on me, America is cooked, dog. America is cooked. I'm gonna show you why in a little bit. I'm gonna show you why in a little bit. We cooked, and I've been warning you. I've been warning you, people. Yes, Lord. Before we start, I made a prediction in the year of our Lord, around 2022-ish, 2023-ish, where I said in about 5 years, we're going to see like a onslaught of false allegations, right? We're going to see a lot of that. And then as the months progressed in 2023, I was like, you know what? Let me change that to 3 years. You know what? Let me change that to 2 years. You know what? After the World Cup, 2026. Right? And now we're technically we're already here, but we're officially here. You're gonna see OnlyFans models saying they were forced to do what they were doing. You're gonna see we're gonna see sugar babies saying that they were forced to do what they were doing what they were doing. We are here. We are here. We are already here. I'm going to show you just the beginning part of the clip just to set the tone of the show. Just to set the tone of the show, to show you what I'm talking about, right? This is from an interview that Rubi Rose, famous OF model slash video model, vixen, whatever, right? Known as the X to everybody. She's been passed around so many times in the industry, um, like a goddamn West Coast offense, a football in the West Coast offense, right? She is now going to say that her ex talked her into doing OnlyFans, and now she can't stop it. This is very interesting stuff. Very interesting. Let me play this for y'all. Let me play this for y'all. Let me hit the 1.25 speed. Here we go. Now we're good.
Like, I have to keep doing it too, so I kind of like relate to you in that way. And it's just like,
oh, hold on. I think I went a little bit too ahead. Right here.
I want to murder all the people who say that.
oh, sister. But
Oh, your turn.
okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
My name's Ruby. I brought Jello because this is all I had in the kitchen. And very silent. Okay. My trauma dump is I was talked into doing OnlyFans by my ex. And, you know, like it was cool for the first couple of years, but now it's like I have to keep doing it too. So I kind of like relate to you in that way. And it's just like definitely like put a damper on my reputation. But, you know, it's a choice I made and I'm just going to stick it out.
Hi, my name is Millie. I'm pre-diabetic, and I brought Metropol.
This is how all these Gen Z hoes, young millennial hoes, they're going to be in a circle jerk just like this in the future. But especially now, this is going to be the norm. You're going to have OnlyFans models saying that they were trafficked, they were this, they were that. Particularly the famous ones that have been managed by men, because most of the OnlyFans models that are doing well, they have male managers or they have a team behind them, you know, helping them with their quote unquote career. They are going to be doing a whole, I don't know 360 is the right term. They're going to do a whole 180 and start suing the men involved in pushing her stardom, her OnlyFans stardom. There's going to be a lot of women doing this. And I said this is going to happen really right after the 2026 World Cup in America. But it's happening now right as we speak. Right as we speak. This is very important to understand. This is very important to know. The reason why I always cover all the fake essay cases, the fake allegation cases, I want you to notice the pattern in the words that they use, the terms that they use, the passive aggressiveness of, oh, he talked me into this, he forced me to do this, I was groomed. I want you to understand these are the key words, the terms that that even the normies are going to use to basically excuse them of their 304 past, so to speak. I don't know what other term to use, but there is a 304 scrubbing that they want to delete because they have done a lot of 304 things that will hurt them in the dating market in their 30s and beyond, right? So they are going to say stuff like this. This is why I always cover these cases when they're talking about, oh, this is SA culture, this is this culture and that culture. I want you to see the words that they use, the terms that they use. It's going to be the same thing. And a lot of you guys, I already know this, a lot of you guys are going to get married. A lot of you guys are going to be in serious relationships. And it's going to happen to you. She's going to have a story I'm talking about, she's going to have a story, and it's going to be up to you as a man if you want to keep her after she says the story. It's going to be a lot of you dudes that's going to come in. You're going to get married. Then you're going to find out, oh, she did OnlyFans. Or, oops, she did sugar babying, sugar babying, or she was selling punani on this. Somebody's going to find out something. And when you confront her with it, she's going to start using terms like forced and I was groomed. This is what's going to happen. Or she might just be bold enough to just tell you up front, this is what I did in the past, but it wasn't something that I really wanted to do. This is why a lot of the feminists, right? A lot of these people, this is why they have been trying to change the terms, the definition of SA. This is what they've been trying to do. They're trying to really control that narrative, and it's their own version of 304 scrubbing. Right? Shout out to Shadow Dog Law in the chat. Shout out to anybody in the war band checking in. This is very interesting. I know this because this is going to go viral. I'm surprised it really hasn't gone viral yet. The Bobbi Altoff interview with Rubi Rose. I don't think I'm gonna watch the full interview. Not obviously not today. I just wanted to show you the segment, but I wanted to show the public this is the theme for this show, right? Because it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. I remember doing a show. Hold on for a second. Let me take this off. Actually, let me since Shadow Dog Law is in here, let me just show you just the first part of the interview, and I just want to build off this, right? I'm going to replay that first part for you one more time, what Rubi Rose said, right? And her ex that she's talking about DDG, the rapper.
All the people who say that.
Oh, sister. But
Oh, your turn.
okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
My name's Ruby. I brought Jello because this is all I had in the kitchen. And very silent. Okay. My trauma dump is I was talked into doing OnlyFans by my ex, and like it was cool for the first couple of years, but now it's like I have to keep doing it too. So I kind of like relate to you in that way, and it's just like definitely like put a damper on my reputation. But it's a choice I made, and I'm just gonna stick it out.
Hi, my name is Millie.
Okay, so this is something that you have to keep in mind. It's going to be a lot of those in the future, a lot of those. Well, really right now, but especially I'll say in the year 2026, particularly after the World Cup is held in America, it's going to be an onslaught, bro. It's going to be an onslaught from the OnlyFans 304s, the college 304s, or the women that went to college, right? The sugar babies, right? Basically, particularly from Gen Z women, the stuff that they were doing. It's because it's going to hurt them. They just don't realize that the ramifications of their actions, and they're going to need the resources. They're going to need the money. They're going to need to be, get married and all this stuff. And this is why I show the normies all the stories, or basically anything where women are hinting at when they were being groomed, or I was sleeping with drug dealers, but they were the villains, not me. This is why I show these videos, because the normie women are going to pick up on this, and they're going to use that as a health kit, right? They're going to use that as a chug jug. They're going to use that when they need to secure a long-term relationship, long-term security, or if their man does an investigation on them, their beta Brad husband does a investigation on them, and then they find out they did something like this in the past, they're going to need to come up with an excuse. So this is very important. This is why we do stuff like this. And let me give you another example of what I've been doing, right? Because this is very important. This is very important. I remember doing a live stream earlier on And a lot of these live streams that I will do, I would find there will be like cases that'll just pop up on Twitter where a girl on Twitter will just accuse a dude that she went to a party with of doing stuff to her and blah blah blah, put the man on blast, and then people end up finding out that she was lying. I remember even going as far as to show one woman who actually did file a police report. But me, I don't stop there. I looked at the police report and I even displayed it. I saved the PDF because she took a picture of it, and I pointed out to the public that she left out a lot of key stuff in that story. But most people are not willing to go that far, particularly men, because they don't want to seem like an essay apologist. They don't want to seem like an apologist of some sort. They don't want to seem like a quote unquote incel, whatever, because I guess a lot of dudes are, I found out a lot of dudes are really afraid of that label, to be called like a virgin or an incel. And I'm a bit insensitive to that because I've been called a lot worse. Like, oh, I'm talking about a lot worse things when I was in kindergarten. Now, so this is why that kind of confuses me. But since a lot of men don't want to be labeled as such, they're not going to dig. They're not going to dig. So let me give you an example, right? Can they present a PDF file? Let me see here. Not a PDF file. I'm talking about I have like the actual documents of something that had happened, right? something that had happened, right? I had saved the PDF file on here. It should be on my computer. It's very because this is very interesting stuff. Very, very interesting stuff. Okay, tax info. No, not my tax info. No, I'm not looking for that. Faraji versus Fox. No, I'm way over that. Oh man, don't tell me. I probably deleted it. But there was a woman. I probably deleted it, but there was a woman who accused this dude of SA on a live stream. And I just happened to bring up the thing. She put the police report up. Just, you see, and you guys still don't believe me, knowing that most people are not going to read the police report. And I read the police report, and I still came to the conclusion that she was capping. Right. But most people are not going to dig. It's just something that people are not going to do. Right. Now, let me switch gears a little bit, because we will go back to the Rubi Rose thing, because I do have the full story ready for you and all that. But I have to switch gears to this, because this is I am, I'll say this, I am a tolerant person, believe it or not. I'm actually a very tolerant person. But sometimes there are certain people that, like, for example, what I'm about to show you here, Corey Holcomb, right? Who I think is the greatest comedian of all time, right? When I see you as a person get mad, I'm talking about where Corey Holcomb bothers you. As I'm not saying you have to love him, but if Corey Holcomb bothers you, I look at you a little bit differently as a person. Now, usually I give a pass to everybody, because I already know people are not always going to like what you like. You know, that's just part of growing up. But there's certain people, there's certain truth tellers where I'm like, you have a problem with him? How come? Because particularly when it comes to Corey Holcomb or guys like that, he's not a person that targets, you know, certain people. He's an equal opportunist, SHIT talker. And I do find it interesting that if you as a person, like, people go out their way, just be like, I don't like this guy, whatever, Corey Holcomb. So right here, I dropped a video the other day about Jess Hilarious and her speaking on her beef with Corey Holcomb. So it's been it's been racking up some views, right? It's been racking up some views, but I've been looking at the comment section, and they really shocked me, because out of all the things that I said in the interview, they focused basically on me giving too much praise to Corey Holcomb. So I want you to pay. I want you to look at this. This is interesting to me. Let me add this to the stage. Right? Because I want to switch gears. I want to set the mood again. Oh, I don't have a Corey Holcomb pick. That's dang. I don't have a Corey Holcomb pick. Anyways, pause. But I want people to see this. I want people to see this. I'm gonna zoom in on the comments, right? So I dropped the Just Hilarious Corey Holcomb video, right? It's gaining some views, gaining some traction, 909 views in 2 days. So it's gaining some traction. But I want you to see this. The comments basically focused on me giving Corey Holcomb too much praise, right? So when I see comments like this, I'd be laughing. So right here, basically all the comments were basically mad that I was giving Corey Holcomb his flowers, right? So right here, it says, I've never heard Corey say nothing funny ever. Man, when I see comments like that, I be laughing, man. I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah. Shout out to Educated Tyrone checking in. No, watch this. So, Educate Tyrone, I hear what you're saying. You said snowflakes and hit dogs hate Corey. Yes, but what's interesting is because I've been at Corey Holcomb's comedy shows. It's all types of people in the audience: liberals, conservatives. Of course, it's a lot of ninjas, but I'll be seeing white people there. I see white women. I see white dudes. I see Hispanic dudes. I see all types of people at his shows. And so I do find it interesting. First of all, there's a lot of black women in his shows, and people be saying he hates black women, but there'd be a lot of black women at his shows, like a lot. Like a lot. I dare to say it's mostly black women in the crowds. And it's interesting the people that get mad at Corey Holcomb's comedy. So you said specifically snowflakes and hit dogs. I think it's this specifically. The people that have problems with Corey's comedy are the people that get offended when he talks about gay people and the women that have had baby deletions, because that's his bread and butter. When he talks about baby deletions, that's like that's like his signature like move. When he starts talking about the baby deletions, he has jokes for days about that. And I think people like they just need to admit that's what it is. they just have to admit it. It's clear and obvious. I done seen all types of people at Corey Holcomb's show. All types of people in the comments, people with disorders on wheelchairs, people that can't walk right, they're fine with Corey. I done seen Corey Holcomb, he be making fun of paraplegic people and stuff, and people saying they're laughing, but you people draw the line clearly when he says things about baby deletions and rainbow people. And then on top of that, he's not afraid to speak his mind on certain women when they act out of pocket. When certain women are acting out of pocket, he's not gonna use the card of, oh, she's a woman, let's give her a pass. He doesn't do that. So these are the people that really have a problem with Corey. It's very obvious. And then the people that say, oh, he only has something to say about women. And I'm like, have you seen the beefs that he's gotten to with like guys like Donnell Rawlings, Earthquake? It be dudes that he knows, and he'll just go out in full out beefs with. I'm like, and all but it's I because this is something that a woman said. A woman said this on one of his platforms. She said she said that I'm cool with most people, but if you have a problem with Corey, I look at you in a different light. And I've picked up on that. I'm like, you know what? I thought it was just me. Like usually I have all types of people that I like, give them the benefit of the doubt. And if somebody that I know doesn't like the person, it's not the end of the world for me. But I'll say for a guy like Corey Holcomb, I do look at you differently. If he I'm not saying you have to love him. You don't even have to like his stuff, but I'm talking about if he's bothering you, if his stuff actually bothers you, then I gotta look at you in a different light. Now let me scroll down to show you more of the because every comment that was on here, they were mad at me saying I think Corey Holcomb is the GOAT or me giving him his props. So right here, you have a black man. He said, I left this comment and left the page when this joker said Corey Holcomb is the greatest comedian of all time. Drugs are getting stronger these days. Well, I actually don't do any drugs at all, but I'm pretty sure if I followed this guy, he's an alcoholic. And by the way, just to let you know, Shaq had Corey Holcomb in his top 5 of all time. Mike Epps had Corey Holcomb in his top 5 of all time. There's a lot of people. Bill Burr had him up there. So he's one of those guys. Trust me, it's just the thing with Corey is there's a lot of women that do know about Corey Holcomb. So guys don't want to admit that they like him. It's almost like the same thing when Patrice O'Neal was alive. Same thing. Same thing. Everybody loved Patrice, but they were kind of afraid to like put him as his GOAT or as the number one, as the numero uno, because he was really a man's comic. You know what I mean? So right here, this is the typical stuff right here. I want you to read this right here. Because as soon as I mentioned Corey Holcomb, I already know this comment is coming. So look at this comment right here. He or she says, so you are down for degrading our black women. Her photo was her own personal preference. She's talking about Jess Hilarious here. I don't agree with it, but don't demonize her. Corey Holcomb is trash. That's why he has to have a podcast. He's very disrespectful towards our own women. Show your face, dude. First of all, I have shown my face plenty of times on my channel. And second of all, can y'all stop it with this? You're degrading black women. This stuff. We don't have to degrade black women. Black women degrade themselves. I don't like. There's a reason. Like there used to be a time on my channel I wouldn't even address the stuff that black women were doing in general because I didn't want to make my channel about that. But even if I never did anything, even if I never did any videos on black women, all you got to do is go on the internet. All you got to do is just go outside. All you got to do is go to one of these spots out here and just see how a lot of black women act in the public. I don't have to do anything. I don't have to make you look bad. You guys they just make themselves look bad. You know what I mean? So this whole stuff about one of the funniest things I ever heard Corey Holcomb say, by the way. One of the funniest things I ever heard Corey Holcomb say was when it was a black woman podcaster. She was trying to call out Corey Holcomb on Zoe Williams' show. And she was like, whatever you need to do to peddle money to degrade black women. And then Corey Holcomb stops her right there. He goes, whoa, 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 whoa. I didn't say black women ain't shit. I said all bitches ain't shit. That is one of the best comebacks ever. One of the best comebacks ever. And like even now, I even use that. Like I remember one woman tried to say, "Well, so what are you saying? You saying black women specific?" No, I'll be like, "Nope, all." I'll just quickly correct them. No, I said all women, all, not black, not just black women, all. So you always got to correct them on that, but and just see their reaction, right? Shout out to Educated Tyrone. Corey, he says Corey is not like not like a bully. He be keeping it real and are calling out people who deserves the criticism. And it's really men, women, gay, kids. He don't care. He's called out his own kids when they act out of line. So he's not some person that he's gonna, if he feels something or if he sees something and he doesn't feel like holding it in, he's gonna call it out, no matter who you are. But like I said, when it comes to women or kids, and I'm gonna put that in quotation mark, they just feel like they get a free pass because of they feel like they're a protected class, right? They feel like they're above the criticism, right? People that feel like they're above the criticism are the people that get mad at guys like Corey Holcomb. Because I didn't see Corey Holcomb he makes fun of all types of people, bro. All types of people. But it's funny where people draw the line with Corey Holcomb. It's hilarious to me, right? Educated Tyrone said, I don't mean snowflakes as far as liberals. I just mean sensitive people. Oh, no. Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. But you got to understand, because when you do say snowflake, most the conservatives are going to think they're just talking about liberals. But a lot of conservatives are snowflakes in general. But I try not to say that because conservatives, they get a bit sensitive when I call them snowflakes. He said the educated Tyrone said the impersonation voice would be killing me. Oh yeah, I don't know, man. Every time I try to impersonate a woman, because my voice is too deep to really do it, so I just kind of like try to turn my voice into somebody that's crying, which is what women be basically. That's what they be doing when they complain about nothing, right? He said another's live stream down. Yeah, I'm trying out here. I'm trying out here, Pyro. I'm trying. Educated Tyrone said that's true though. You can make fun of handicapped people sometimes, but not B-dubs. Yo, you should. I remember Corey Holcomb on his. This is on his OG Instagram account. This dude took a video of. He took a video of one of these paraplegic people like walking down, like kind of funny because he's a paraplegic. And he made a video, and he wasn't really roasting it, but he was just showing it, and he was saying that, yo, he's break dancing down the hallway. And you know what I saw in the comments? Everybody cracking up. But then if he says one thing about women, oh, you hate black women. Come on, man. I'm talking about all the comments was laughing emojis. Corey, you ain't right, man. Come on, man. And then, but basically knowing that he's just being lighthearted. But how do you know? But why don't you keep that same energy with just hoes in general? It boggles my mind the stuff that people will draw the line at. It still boggles my mind. The crying voice, yes. Oh yeah, you don't protect black women. That joy be having me laughing, bro. You don't protect black women. I always laugh when I hear that. And you know what I'd be saying when they say that? I'd be like, you damn right I don't. You damn right. Thorn Star V, man. What's up, man? It's been a minute, man. Shout out to you. I haven't seen that name in a while. Midnight Sun, I haven't seen that in a while. What's up, bro? What's up? Shout out to any Warband members popping in, man. Shout out to y'all, man. I always appreciate y'all. You talk about, yeah, protect black women. Or how about this, Pyro? How about this? This is the funny part, which I'll be sending you those videos, right? The funny ones where I see these videos where they say, how many women could say that they're safe around you? That have you ever seen those videos? Can you name me 5 women that say that they're safe around you? Women don't feel safe around you. You're just mind you, these hoes be dating drug dealers, criminals, and they be like 15, 16 years old dating these people. I'm talking about they be 16 dating older dudes, ninjas with motorcycles and all this stuff, and you're just like, I done seen these hoes go home with some of the most interesting characters procreate with the most interesting characters. I'm talking about those hoes would have been better off getting dating advice from the most racist, misogynistic man on the planet. I'm talking about black women now. They literally could have been better off taking advice from the most racist, misogynistic, or whatever you want to say, man, white dude ever. And they would have had better results than some of their choices with their procreation, because it's wild. I just they like, I don't even like, I try to stay away from a lot of B-dubs in general, but they could have literally taken dating advice from me, and I'm not even trying to get nothing from them, and they would have been in a better position, because some of these men that they'll put their lives on the line for, it still boggles my mind. Thornstar V said, on the mad grind. Yeah. I already know it's people are busy out here, so I already know people are a bit mad busy. He said, no BWs in my view. You know what, Thornstar, I'm gonna have to download that soundbite. You know that Boondock soundbite with Uncle Ruckus when he said, the key to happiness is to remove like all BWs from your life. I don't know, man. I might think about it, dog. I might think about it. Now, obviously, that's not my life per se, but I understand now. The older I get, I'm like, oh, I get it. I get it. I get it. I get it. You know what I mean? But yeah, I just wanted to bring that Corey Holcomb, that part. I just wanted to bring that up because I did find it funny that I did find it funny that anytime I try to give Corey Holcomb some praise, I'd be seeing certain people in the comment section, they feel a certain type of way, or you bring up Corey Holcomb, right? Even Corey Holcomb's name was brought up at the Breakfast Club by people because Jess Hilarious brought his name up, and everybody knows people know about this guy. They just don't want to give him his flowers. I don't want people to wait till he like dies or something, and I would never wish that on him, but I don't want to wait till he passes away for me to give a man like that his flowers, you know. Because with me, with Patrice O'Neal, I didn't really get a chance to watch him live because he passed away in 2011. So a lot of the stuff that I saw from him was post his passing, and like a lot of the stuff that he said, Patrice, Corey Holcomb, these the stuff that they said is really life-changing stuff. And the earlier that you get their message, you can literally be ahead of 95% of men. If you take their messages and you really internalize it, you can be ahead of most. You can be ahead of most, right? Let's see some here. Okay. So now let's I want to show you guys a little something, right? I want to show you guys a little something. I'm not gonna overanalyze this video that I'm about to show you. I don't want to overanalyze this video that I'm about to show you, but I got to show you this because this will kind of tie into the Rubi Rose stuff, the OnlyFans model stuff. You know, this will kind of tie in to it. But I'll show you. I'll show you. And by the way, I would say this, particularly with, you know, BWs not taking criticism. I don't think they don't understand. If we weren't saying anything about the BWs, that means we really would not be caring. You really should be scared when guys like me stop just stop altogether. Like, shouldn't you be scared when you have guys like a Cuba Gooding Jr. or Kawhi Leonard? I'm mentioning some entertainers' names where they don't even talk about BWs. They just date outside of their race and they just leave it alone. They have nothing to say. They just don't talk anything. They just leave it alone. So I'm noticing stuff like that, and I'm like, hey, maybe, and you'll have even other black men. Hey, maybe you want to do things like this. Maybe you want to do things like that. But they say that we're hating on BWs or we don't want to protect them, but we're protecting them by telling them what they need to hear. You know what I mean? But, you know, sometimes you gotta wash your hands. So I want to show you. Oh, hold on for a sec. Shout out to Young Doka in the comments. Shout out to you, man. Thornstar V says, or Thornstar the Fifth says, Uncle Ruckus is wildly inappropriate. That's what I'm about to say. Yeah, Pyro said it best. He said, if we stop talking about BWs, you know it's going downhill from here. Because the reason why I will still say this, because I will say this, in my personal life, there have been black women that have stepped up in a major way in my life. I'm talking about in a major way. So I'm talking about when nobody had my back. I'm talking about when nobody had my back. I can't go into details. I can't go into, this and that. But there have been black women, young black girls when I was younger, even though I was kind of pooky at that time. So maybe that's why I was a huge troublemaker back then. Maybe that's why they liked me. But there were black girls and certain black women that showed up when nobody else did. So off that, I will always have that. I will always look out for them on that note. So you're never gonna see me completely dismiss. You're never gonna see me completely dismiss it. But if you have guys like me, if we just stop, then it's a wrap. It's a wrap. And I keep going because I do have black women in my family. I do have black girls in my family. I do know certain black women in that are in this world. In my city, my town, whatever, they're doing the right things. They're trying to do the right things, and they're still gonna need a guy. They're still gonna need somebody to take care of them. It'll be unfortunate for them to be doing all the right things and still just be left out there in the cold, because I'm not gonna pick them up. I would hope for them to get somebody, just somebody, but this is why we do what we do. So I'm going to show you this lady here. She's going to talk about her quitting her job. And I want you to notice there's been a real trend of Gen Z women, younger millennial women. These are the same ones pushing for, oh, why can't we get these kind of jobs? Why? And then they're now making videos on, oh, I had to quit my job. And mind you, a lot of them were probably DEI hires. And now they're quitting the jobs that they basically kicked out men for. But let's let her talk real quick.
So I quit my job because I can't take care of my basic needs and work 40 hours a week at the same time. It's really hard to say this out loud and put it online, but I know that I'm not the only person going through this. I've almost been fired from every job that I've ever had, and it's not because I'm not smart. I actually tend to overperform in the beginning. It's just that after some time, I inevitably burn out once I wake up one day and realize that I haven't taken a shower in like 3 weeks. It's really frustrating because I know that I'm an intelligent person and I've been able to accomplish a lot of really amazing things in my life, but I still can't manage to take care of myself. And it's not just a matter of not trying hard enough or not being disciplined. If I could take care of my basic needs and work full time, I would have fucking done that by now and then some. It's a form of self-sabotage to honestly be putting so much energy into these executive functioning skills at work and not have anything left to give myself. It's like I would dead ass wake up at 5 a.m., pace back and forth, start working at 7, finish work at 6, eat, sleep for dinner, and then crawl in bed at 8 o'clock. And it's like a part of me does feel insane by quitting at the verge of a recession. But it's like, if I actually want to build a future for myself and get there in one piece, taking care of myself has to become my full-time job. I was not born to raise shareholder value. I'm actually meant to live a life, and I need to learn how to be a person in order to do that. So I quit my job.
Did this bitch mention autism? Oh my god! Shout out to Educated Tyrone. I didn't even know that she said that, and then until you wrote the comment, I'm like, she did say that she did mention autism, but I guess I just been so used to these 304s like claiming autism. These Amanda Seals ass bitches talk about autism. I just been so used to women called. Oh, so she read it in the, wait, so it's in the caption. Okay, so she didn't say it. Oh, it is in the caption. Oh my God. But anyways, she said, I'm 28 years. Okay, let's read her caption. I didn't notice you was reading her caption. Oh my goodness. Let's read her caption after her diatribe. Tribe. I don't know how to say it. She goes, so yeah, I quit my job. There's more I wanted to say, but Insta and its 90-second reels are not made for yappers. Okay, so at least she admits that she is a yapper. She said, I'm 28 years old. Okay, that means she's Gen Z. That means she was born 1997. Yeah, yep, this is a 97 baby. This is a 97 baby. Okay, she said, I'm 28 years old. I forget to do simple things like brush my teeth, take a shower, or feed myself on a daily basis. My autism can be pretty disabling. Oh my. Wow. Okay. She says, I want to make it clear I was raised by two very strict, very neat West Indians. Okay, so I already know. And if you also have immigrant parents, you know they take hygiene to the next level. Despite my upbringing, I still struggle with that kind of stuff because of my autism. I've gotten to the point where my professional life has grown at the cost of my personal life, and I need to take a step back and pause before I don't have either. I'm excited and, of course, nervous for this next chapter, but mostly excited. Thanks for listening. There's been a lot of stories like this where you'll have particularly these Gen Z women and young millennial women. They'll get these jobs where basically wasn't meant for them in the first place, but the companies or the hiring managers push for people like this to be in certain positions. And then at the first sign of struggle, the first sign of fatigue, they cut and run. Now, mind you, this is not like no job at Amazon or UPS where there's like high turnover rate, or US, United States Post Service, and these things where there's high turnover rates and all this. These are like jobs where it's decent paying, right? And it's usually men doing that kind of job, or they're or whatever it is. They had to create a position, meaning if they didn't have an HR department or whatever, what they call these diversity departments and all this stuff, they had to create positions for them to come in the fold. And then now they come in the fold, or they join a male dominated space, and as soon as they get pregnant, or as soon as they face fatigue, as soon as they can't quote unquote handle it, they leave. Now you done made a position, you done pushed men out, you done ostracized a certain demographic of men for women like this. And they're not even looking to be at the company long term. Right. So this is why if you're doing something, you're starting a company, if you're doing if you have a city, whatever, if you're a president of a city, if you're the king of a town, whatever, you have to make it where the average man feels like he can make it. And if you're not doing that, it's going to be it's just going to end up in disaster. It's just going to end up in disaster. I remember a man on the Star Report show. His name was Aaron, and he would bring this up many times where you're putting women in these higher positions or these higher paying gigs, and it's literally you're trying to fit a square peg in a round hole, right? And this constant of these corporations, these companies doing this, and you have, and what they could be doing is just pushing these positions, or even female, what they really should be doing is these female dominated jobs, pushing it towards men so men can join these jobs, right? But instead of doing that, they just they mess up, right? I missed a couple of comments because I did see a couple of things. He said can't take, when he said are you, he said you can't take care of yourself being homeless. Are they getting dumber? She quit to shower more. And let me tell you this, Thorn Star. Yes, women are getting dumber. I think really we as people, we are getting dumber in general. I think so, because I always use the litmus test. I use myself as the litmus test because I was not good at all in school. But there's certain things that I would say or I would observe, and I'm like, you guys are not seeing this, and I'll be shocked, right? Or you'll have these hoes coming out with these degrees and this stuff, and I can name off certain things that they should know, but they don't, right? So do we have I try to compare the women from like now and then from the women from the early 2000s. And just from my assessment from when I was a kid, and maybe I could, maybe because I was younger and maybe I still looked at older people as smarter, but I really feel this. I feel this. And I rarely say this on this channel. I really feel this, that the women of the early 2000s or the mid 2000s where I grew up, and then compared to the women now, I'm talking about the young women now. I think the young women now are dumber than ever. I'm talking about dumber, like stupid, anything that you could. But I feel like the women that I grew up with during that time, even the girls that got pregnant at an early time in the 2000s, they were just smarter people. I just think they were smarter. There are things that I'm seeing young ladies do nowadays, and I'm just like, there's no way. I'm just like, just literally, I'm just like, there's no way. There's no way. But I think the difference is in the early 2000s, in the mid 2000s, there wasn't a whole lot of like programs where there wasn't a whole lot of programs where they were just forcing women in certain spaces. Not so much into, not so much to where how they've been doing it like from mid 2010s to right now. You know what I mean? And during that time, you know, we talk about the mid 2000s, it was still a relatively conservative country up until 2008, right? Until Obama came into office. I'm sorry, Barrio came into office, right? Midnight Sunset. Imagine coming home and laying in bed and trying to find the source of smell because you're trying to sleep. Oh, also, me being in college and starting to date during that time, that's when I found out that there are women out there, because I wasn't sexually active until I hit college. So that's when I started finding out that there's a lot of women. I'm talking about there's a lot of women out there that just they don't shower regularly. So that's not actually shower. There are girls that I know. They'll say themselves, I don't they'll say, oh, I only shower like twice a week. And then especially if you're dealing with Caucasian women will say stupid stuff like, oh, if I didn't sweat, I don't got to shower, or if because it's cold outside, I don't have to shower and stuff. Like I've heard women say this. This is when I started finding, I'm like, you ain't showered? And there's a lot of women operating like that. Even I'm talking about with or without a job, operating, oh, I don't shower. Right. I remember one girl in college, she said that, oh, I hate showering. She said it's the worst part of my day, showering. So that's something that I ended up finding out in college, where you had ladies or young women. That's when I started finding out, oh, these hoes don't be showering on the regular. I'm not saying I didn't really notice nothing like that in high school. It's just once you start getting intimate and you start seeing women and you start being with women, right? And you start noticing these things, you're like, oh, okay. All right. Let me see something real quick. So Educated Tyrone said a lot of men make good money young doing a trade or lesser known jobs like air traffic control, etc., and don't have all the college debt that I have. You look, I know like the smart thing to do is if you're not going to be a lawyer, doctor, engineer, right? One of those, one of these things that are going to make money, or you're not going to be a surgeon, one of these things. The best thing for you to do as a man is to just get one of those jobs like at UPS, United States Postal Service, right? One of these jobs where you're getting paid a lot of money. You have the energy to do it. Get a CDL, get a trucking license, right? Get a trade, a skill, and you can spend at least 2 years making money, and then by the time you hit 20 or 21 years old, if you want to hit a community college, then have at it. Then you can have from age 20 to 23 or age 20 to 24 to decide if you want to go to so from age 20, then you can decide, do I want to attend a 4-year college, or do you want to just do 2 years at a community college, get an associate's by 22, but by that time you'll have enough money doing these little odd jobs from here and there. I'm not talking about working at Wendy's and McDonald's at 18. No, don't do that. Get a real job at 18 and hustle for 2 years, and hopefully you're in a position where you can still live with your parents and save up that money. That would be my advice to young men who are not going, like, if you're not going to college for like tech, right? IT, if you don't have a plan going into college, just do that. So at least when you're doing these hard jobs, whatever, you're making a lot of money, and you'll finally by the time you hit year 2 or year 3, you'll realize, okay, I can't be doing a job like this forever. Okay, I have a plan now. You know what I mean? So by the time you hit age 20 and 21, you'll already know what to do. You'll have enough money to move out. You'll have enough money saved up. You should. If you do it right, you should have enough money to be able to make a decision from there. Like, I know a young kid, he went, like, when he was 18, he went straight into working, I think, for USPS or UPS, I forgot which one, but basically driving. And he has no debt. He still works at the spot at like age 20. Like, now he's like 24, 25, but he's straight. He's straight. He went back to school He had something in he did something in coding. I don't remember what, but he has options now. He has options now. I know a guy that went to college, or I think he went to community college, and he did his 2 years at a community college and then finished his 2 years online somewhere. And now he has like 3 separate gigs where he can basically get money anytime doing stuff online, doing like software. What's it like? Software developing, or like what's it? Setting up websites, web developing. He has like 3 different gigs like right now, and he's basically making high money, like high money, well over 6 figures, just off his coding experience, software developing experience. And then on top of that, if you're a young man, if you're 18, look for paid apprenticeships, right? If you're a young man, look for paid apprenticeships. IBM is a tech company. They have paid apprenticeships. Do your research behind that. If you're into tech, you can get a paid apprenticeships doing that. If you want to get a paid apprenticeship in trucking or plumbing, as an electrician, there's a lot of programs. I remember somebody had called into Aaron Clary's show, and he had wrote a letter to Aaron Clary. He's like, well, he said, well, there's a plumbing thing, and I don't know if I should take it. They're offering me full paid training and complete tuition reimbursement and a company truck and um and full health insurance. Should I take the job? And Aaron Clary's like, well, he said he was like, are they offering you a blow job too as well? I mean, why you asking? There are certain companies out here that are literally offering you a full ride. You know what I mean? And especially the younger you are, the younger you are, and the earlier you sign up, they're more apt to give you a try. You know what I mean? So yeah, what, you want a blow job? He said they offer you a blow job too. The fuck? Yeah, there's companies like that, man. He said, yet the literacy rate is shameful in the U.S. Oh yeah, there's kids out here, they can't read. They just straight up can't read. Oh man. He said, guess educated Tyrone says, guess I'm happy I dated back in the 2000s and not now. Yeah, because yeah, educated Tyrone is what, like you said you were like 34-ish, 35-ish. I would have sworn you said, but that means in the early 2000s you were basically in your teens, in high school. So way past junior, well, not way past junior high, but you were past junior high during that time. So you were probably, yeah, one of the last of the Mohegans. Let me see. Thornstar the Fifth says, I have a great friend who spent years learning car wash and detailing and has an incredible car wash in Austin, Texas. No college or debt. Like, yeah, the guys that went into trades out of high school, or they went into construction out of high school, they have no debt. I'm not saying they're not struggling, but they're not in debt. And that's the key. They're not in debt. They have options. If you're not in debt, you have options. And on top of that, when you're not in debt, you actually have the chance to build your credit. You can sign up for a little credit card, and just use it to build up credit over time. Use that credit card and know that you can always pay it off, pay off your little money in a month, But when you're in debt, it's different. When you like in debt and you don't know what to do, that's when you have no leverage. But when you're not in debt and you have one of those jobs where you're going to get in some money, and you don't have to worry about college debt, you don't have to worry about other types of debt, you can end up using you could actually do certain things where your debt is not, it's not really debt, but you can use it as leverage. You're in a leverage position where where your debt doesn't control you. But there's a lot of women that went into college and, you know, doing all this stuff where their debt literally controls. That's why they're saying, I'm not going to pay it, you know, because it just controls their life. Thornstar, he also says, I've been building my business up. It's been tough, but I'm seeing results. It's a slow grind. It's a slow grind, especially if you're starting a business like that. That's not just something, you know, the people on Instagram, they make it look like you could just do it overnight, but it's a slow grind. But over time, if you're consistent, you don't give up, it'll pay off. Might be 10 years, 15 years down the line, but it will pay off. It will pay off. Because you're not going to avoid the bad parts of starting a business. You're not going to avoid you're not going to avoid the mistakes. You're just going to have to go through it. You're just going to have to go through with it. You're just going to have to this is why when you're younger, you just go through those mistakes when you're younger, so by the time you hit your 30s or your late 20s, you're good. You're just like, okay, I already know what to do. Pyro said, now I'm 26. Educate Tyrone said, I turned 37 in a month. Okay. He said, yeah, Doug MPA and AJ make me hate credit cards and that even more. The thing is with the credit cards, you just got to be smart with it. So you have to understand, because you have to, especially if you want to get a car, if you want to get an apartment lease, all these things, there's a lot of things that you can't really apply for if you don't build up credit, right? But you have to be smart with it, because you have to be smart with it, right? Like I remember somebody had told me when I was younger, just get somebody told me, just get a little credit card and then just like, you know, just use it for like if you want to get snacks and stuff like that. Don't use it for don't use your credit card for your main purchases. Just build up your credit little by little, little by little. That's what you're supposed to do. And always pay your things on time. Have it set up for don't set it up for manual payment. Set it up for an automatic payment, so you just take from your debit from your checking account or your savings account or wherever your debit card is connected to. Have it set up so it just automatically takes from your debit card, so your credit cards can always get paid off. But you need to be doing it for a long period of time. And the good thing about building up credit for a longer period of time, if you have a rough patch, which has happened to me, if you have a rough patch, your credit score won't OD go bad. But if because I've been building up my credit for a long period of time. So I go through a rough patch here and there. It won't get, as long as for the most part you've been straight with your credit score should be straight, right? But you have to do it little by little, and the younger the better. The younger the better you start building up your credit score. Oh, shout out to Ainsley. Ainsley's in the chat. He said, I've always been afraid to start up a credit card for real. I get it. I understand. And because I didn't get my first credit card until I was 23, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I didn't get my first credit card until 23. I was always using a debit card, but I started finding out like in terms of, there's certain credit cards that you can get, you know, with cash back, certain things. But since I didn't have big purchases that I was doing at the time, I was like, let me just get that. And then on top of that, there were, if I didn't because when I first got the credit card, I didn't really need it, you know, but I was using it to kind of build up credit little by little. And then there was a time where I needed to actually make a purchase when it comes to, because when it comes to my music stuff, I need to buy certain things, right? My keyboards that I bought, that was on credit, but I was just able to get it. So when I applied for these certain, what's the Guitar Center, whatever, they had their credit, their line of credit. So when I needed it, I was just able to get it just like that because I was building up my credit. So my application for credit card for a credit card never got declined, right? But I had to be responsible with it. So like my Guitar Center credit card, I don't even use it. It's already paid off. Like I already paid that off. But I just know that now. But if I need an instrument if there's something I need, I can use it. I can use it and just use it to build just to build credit off of there. But yeah, you don't want to be in a position where debt is controlling you. So young Doka said, "Wait, you've heard women say because it's cold outside, I don't need to shower." Yeah. Hey, yeah, well, I'd be forget like how what white women be saying stuff like that, dog. Like I don't heard like white women be saying like where like even like I remember like they would like I knew certain white women, they would go into the river or whatever, they'd be in the river and they'll still say, "Oh, I don't need a shower after swimming." Even if they like went into like a chlorine like a swimming pool, they'll be like they still think they don't really need to shower. Right? They don't really um a lot yes, a lot of the women I know, they don't really use, shampoo like that. They'll probably use conditioner. They'll use conditioner, but not really shampoo. And that's kind of why their hair actually stays healthy, because you're really not supposed to be putting a lot of shampoo in your hair in general, but a lot of they don't be like particularly white women, they don't shower like that. They don't be showering, man. You know. A lot of, um particularly when you're talking about African women or even, Caribbean women, they've been like brought up like, yo, you gotta shower every day, brush your teeth every day. You can't be no days off when it comes to that, right? So if you meet a if you meet like a black or a regular FBA woman, a black woman in America, a lot of them, I'm not gonna say most, but a lot of them, if their parents made some decent money, they were always like on them like, no, you can't be you showering every day. You showering every day, right? But yeah, there's a lot of but particularly I'll just say women in general. Women in general, you don't be shocked if you've been intimate with a woman and she ain't showered in a couple of days. Even I'm talking about they could have been straight out of sex with somebody else and they still won't shower. Right? Mm. Yep. So Thornstar said, I've heard that I didn't sweat, so no problem. Yep. I know people like this. Midnight Sun said, white women are crazy hot, but I don't do crazy. I'll say this about white women, though. Caucasian women are amazing from ages like 17 through 23. But like after they start hitting that 24, 25, it starts going down here from there. You know what I mean? Like they're amazing from like senior year high school, right? Like I'll be safe here from like 18 through 24-ish, right? Amazing. Amazing. I'm talking about amazing, but after 26-ish, you know, like I'm seeing it happening with somebody that I know. Like she's, and let me not put her information out there. I don't want people to put two and two together. Pyro said you should have said 18. Hey man, I'm being honest, right? So because when I was 19, I had a 17-year-old. So I'm not gonna be a hypocrite here. When I was 19, I had a 17-year-old. So it is what it is. I'm not gonna act like, oh, I didn't. When I was 19, I had a 17-year-old. But to be safe, because people do get sensitive. Like I remember somebody was in the chat. I forgot which live stream show, and he was talking about like age gap relationships, right? And he had wrote in a super chat. He said, I would tell you guys the type of woman the age of woman I'm be dealing with right now. But if you guys found out, he said you guys would disown me. So I'm like, because I'm like, if she was 18 or 19, he would have just said, oh, I'm dealing with an 18 or 19-year-old chick. But the guy that wrote in the super chat, he was like in his 30s. So that means he was probably dealing with a 16-year-old, but he was probably in a state. He was probably in a state where that doesn't really matter. And I've noticed any woman that I say that I like that is under the age of 21, people are gonna be like, ugh. You know what I mean? It's a knee-jerk reaction to be like, ugh. Or even if I say 18, they're like, ugh. It's a knee-jerk reaction that most people have, right? So that's kind of what happens. Let me see. He said, "We know what you mean, Chris." Right. So Educated Tyrone said, when I was 19, I had a 17-year-old because she skipped 2 grades, so we ended up in the same college year. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, when I was 19, I had a classmate that was 17. I don't want to say what class it was. Right. I assumed that she was my age, but it turned out she was 17. But I didn't know. I panicked at first, but I was like, oh, never. I didn't know it was fine. But there's plenty of like there's certain places where you're in college and you're gonna run across a 17-year-old or an 8 sorry not just a 17-year-old. Even there's some people that are very smart. They end up being in community college and they're like 16, right? But that's something different. Like, because if they're 16, you'll know. Like if they're 16, you'll know. Or like that, if they're that young, you'll know. Educated Tyrone said, I hate when people compare an 18 and 19-year-old talking to a 17-year-old to way older dudes dating young chicks. Midnight Sun says, back in high school, coming from Hispanic community, I remember 30-year-old man getting 16 and 19-year-olds, which blew my mind, but now I understand, which I wouldn't risk it. Exactly. Like me personally, this is what I do. And when I used to have dating, when I used to be on dating apps, right? This is what would happen to me. I swear on everything, this is what would happen to me. I would set my preferences from 18 through whatever to infinity, right? I wouldn't discriminate on who I really like. If I find you attractive, I find you attractive. So that's what I would set my thing at. Now, sometimes I would set the cap to like 40 years old. This is when I used to use dating apps. But whether I set the cap to 40 years old or would I set the cap to infinity, right? Do you know the people that would match me back? The people that would match the women. So let me not say people. Pause. The women that would match me back the average age was usually 20 or 19 years old. And then you'll have like a couple 23-year-olds here and there. I've had no matches. I had no matches over the age of 23. Over the age, I don't even think. Yeah, I had I had like one match over the age of 22, which was a 23-year-old black chick in New York, and she still ended up not flaking, but we ended up losing communication, right? But all the girls that would like my picture, that would match with me or whatever, the ones that would match with me were 19, 20, 21, all college age. So I think it's unfair to me, because I be giving people a chance. I'd be giving people a chance, and the ones that liked me back was at that age. So it is what it is. And mind you, I'm an old looking dude. I'm an old looking, 25-year-old, 26-year-old, 24-year-old. I've always been old looking. So this is what I've been left with. But it is what it is. I promise I might, you know what, I might join one of these dating apps, and just to prove to you, just to prove it to you, I'll show you all the matches that I get, and it's literally only going to be women ages 18 through 22, and I'm going to put the matches all the way up to age 99, and just to show you, these are the people that are matching with me. So I don't even. So even like people will have a problem. Oh, she's too young. And I'm like, y'all not matching with me, you know. But I'll say this: I try not to date Caucasian women in my vicinity, only because I didn't like the stares that I was getting when I used to do that. So I'm like, no woman is worth that kind of pressure. So if I am dating like a Caucasian woman, I make sure she's not like from my city. or I'm in a spot where we can just all blend in. You know what I mean? Because I'm not trying to deal with that kind of stress like last time when I was doing that. Because I remember, I think I was like 22 or 21, and I was dating a 19-year-old girl. She was Caucasian. Bring her to the movies, and people thought I was like trafficking the bitch or something. Because I've always been old looking. But yeah, people was like, it was the fuck is this nigga? So I was just like, whatever. Oh yeah, then I remember one time I did try an older woman, and I will never do that again. Never, ever, ever, ever do that again. And obviously, there'll probably be a 25-year-old, 26-year-old here and there. Like there's this one girl that I know in my life. I actually like her, but she's my age. I like her, but I'm not tripping over her. But that's one of the rare women that's like my age that I wouldn't mind going out with her, right? Let me see. He said, brace yourself for the wall victims. He said, when the new prime women, hold on for a second. He said, when the new prime women turn 19 to 20, the late 20s women start coping and hating. Yeah, it's just, it, that's what's going to happen, especially, with these IG models, these OF models. They're going to see these new batch of ladies coming in, and they're going to be hating. It is what it is. That's what they're going to do. That's what they do. But I would expect nothing less. Midnight Sun says, I have no sympathy for these 304s. Men biologically will seek younger women to procreate and have a family. You know, it's just, that's life. You know. Oh shoot! Shout out to Thornstar V. He's got to take off. Shout out to you. Thank you for tuning in, man. But yeah, he's Thornstar V says, got to get to it. Late job tonight. Next time, fam. Yeah, I got you. So let me hit. Since it's 10:30, let me hit the main one. Let me just make sure before I hit the main story. Let me just make sure I'm not missing anything on my Instagram. Anything else that I got to show. But the reason why I did bring up her, there's a lot of women that are going to be, they think that they can do these jobs. They're not going to stick to it. They're not going to commit because they don't understand. Because even, like I said, the women of the early 2000s, they understood when you take certain jobs, you're in it for the long haul. You know what I mean? It's not no cut and run type nonsense. You in it for the long haul. You got to be doing it for a good period of time. Most likely to your early 60s. You're going to have to do the same job or a similar type job. So you need to choose wisely or choose which way you're going to go in life, right? But, I'm pretty sure this same woman that I'm showing you right now, if you had asked her, you want a career or a husband, right? It should, oh, my career, of course. Why would I need it? Now, this 28-year-old girl, because I don't know how else she's going to make money, she's going to be now looking for money. I mean, sorry, well, yes, but now she's going to be looking for a man, even though she hates men. Because women like that have been brought up to just hate, like just despise men or just despise serving a man, right? So remember when I showed you that one chick? I don't know if y'all remember that one chick I showed you. I don't know if I could bring her up, but there was this one chick I showed you where she's like, I'm learning to love men now. She said I'm learning to like sympathize with men. So now she's gonna be on that type of time. I don't know if I can bring up that video real quick. That's one of my favorite videos of all time. Yeah, this video right here. Because she's now at that age, the girl that I just showed you, the young BW, she's at that age. She's at 28. Now she's gonna be looking for a man now because that's what she's gonna need one, right? Let's see if I can bring up that the video that I was talking about. She's gonna turn into this lady right here. Remember I showed you this woman? Remember her? Esther's Universe. This lady.
On my bullshit about men, I can't stop thinking about them lately. There's nothing more dangerous to a woman than a man, statistically. But no hate. I'm not even joking. No hate. This is about the journey that I've been on to transmute that into unconditional love. I started to try and see it differently. I'm genuinely curious about them. When you think of like a little boy, before they're tainted by the world, they just really, really want to make everyone in their life happy. I'm feeling a lot of compassion for men. One of the things that's going to help women ultimately is men being in a balanced, aligned state.
So now she's in a point where I am now starting to feel sympathy for men, but really what she's hitting the wall, right? But this is going to be a different time because back then, this is what would happen back then, like in the 90s or early 2000s, but specifically in the 90s, you'd have these hoes, they would party it up in college, rack up like a 25 to 50 body count or a 25 to 30 body count, and then they'll be done with college, and then by the time they hit 22 or 23, they're like, okay, I got to find a guy. But they don't really and they will leave with some feminist rhetoric, but it wouldn't be that heavy. So they would still they still want a man. They'll even go into college assuming that they're going to get a man at some point in this college. You have women now. I'm talking about they're going into college. It's not even them leaving college hating men. They're already going into college hating men, and then they go through college and they would rather men die if they could. If they're not Chad, they rather you die, right? But then once they start getting older, they start getting that 28. Now they're like, shoot, I'm gonna need a man, but I don't want men at all, right? That's kind of their mindset. Like they don't know, like women now, they don't really know what to do because now they're starting to understand why men and women were together because just fine. First of all, it's just for the, financially, it's better for the women, right? And they're starting to realize they just can't do this stuff by themselves. So now you're gonna have these ladies like Esther's Universe who thought she was the ish 5 years ago, 6 years ago, right? Pre-pandemic. 6 years later, fast forward, right? Now she realizes, oh shoot, I actually need men, but she can't even get herself to even do it because she hates men so much. She can't even get herself to even like she can't even get herself to do it, you know. So it's now it's leaving women at this predicament because they do need a man, they do, but men have now seen all these videos of women just spewing their vitriol towards them. Now, men, there's a lot of men now, they just want nothing to do with them. What other options do women like that have? Because they're going to need the money from somewhere. They're going to need the money from somewhere. They're going to need it, right? So let's go. Let me see what we got. It's 10:33. But I did say I wanted to show a video. But we could start with Rubi Rose. We can start with Rubi Rose. But I want to show you just some videos that are related to this, right? There's a lot of videos that are related to this. So I've shown you clips. I've shown you clips like this, right?
The sky comes falling, even the sun don't shine.
She goes, 15-year-old me, 30 miles from home in some guy's basement thinking this was living life. So I've shown you clips like that where women have openly said or openly exposed what kind of timing they were on when they were younger or when they were in high school, et cetera, right? So this is, these are, this is the reality. So there's a lot of videos I've shown like that. I've shown you skits, I've shown you older feminists. I've showed you all types of videos. I've shown you all types of cases on Twitter where you have women, saying that they were SA'd, but you look at the crime report and you're just like, oh, that didn't happen. I've shown you all types of videos like this, right? But now everything that I've been warning you about is coming to pass now. Okay? We share the tab right here. Oh, I missed a lot of chats, I think. But oh yeah, Shadow Dog Law says, "Trust me, Chris, I'm much older than you, and I didn't appreciate younger women until I got older." Yeah, I could think. I think I could say the same thing because I wasn't when I was in high school. I wasn't, believe it or not, I wasn't looking for, for women. And people might take that the wrong way, but women were not my focus in high school. They were the last thing on my mind, believe it or not, in terms of, oh man, I gotta talk to this girl. I gotta prove to her. Nah, like they were like the last, especially the girls at my high school. I took them for granted. I was just like, whatever. Right. Let me see. Yeah, the feminist rabbit hole is streamlined these days. Yeah, these Gen Z, the Gen Z women and the young millennials, they're in a pickle. They're in a pickle. Even like you're seeing a lot of these NBA stars, and you're seeing the women that they're dating women that are like 10 years older than them, 12 years their senior, because basically the women their age are on demon time. They can't even hide their finessing. And like I can, dude, I have text mess, like I can show you like screenshots and text messages of, you know, of these ladies or these women. They'll just out of nowhere, hey, can you take care of my, do you have a cash app, already asking you for your cash app on the first day? Like you're like, what the I'll be like, who raised you? Just all, I can send you screenshots of bitches you thought you was cool with, and then just all of a sudden you just start asking for money out of nowhere. You're just like, what in the, who's giving these people advice on how to interact with men? And if you're gonna interact with men like that, that means you just have no love for them at all. Like that's just wow. And then you just find out that basically, if a woman is asking you for money like that, that means she doesn't even really like you at all. It's just, she's just, they've just been taught that to the men that you don't really like, ask them for money. It's a win-win situation. He's either going to ghost you or he's going to give you money. That's basically the advice that a lot of women just have. A lot of older women have given younger women. So it's terrible, terrible advice. But anyways, Rubi Rose here. I showed you the video in the beginning. She is going to quote unquote reveal that she was talked into doing OnlyFans by her ex. And she's talking about DDG, the rapper, right? Right. So this is what's going to happen in the future. You're going to have all these OnlyFans models, these escorts, these sugar babies. They're going to say that they were forced to do what they were doing. Right. So let's play this video.
I was talked into doing OnlyFans by my ex, and like it was cool for the first couple of years, but now it's like I have to keep doing it too. So I kind of like relate to you in that way, and it's just like definitely like put a damper on my reputation. But it's a choice I made, and I'm just gonna stick it out.
Hi, my name is Millie. I'm pre-diabetic, and I brought Metropol.
Yeah, it's gonna be a whole. This is what the nursing home's gonna look like in the future, where all these hoes gonna talk about how they were all taken advantage of, right? But this is why I would show you all these videos of the false allegations, the fake essay videos, because I want people to study the terms that they use, the definitions that they use, the way that they twist around the definition of SA. I want people to get used to these terms. So once you hear it, you'll know what to do. You'll have options. Right? So right here, let's show you the full article, right? Rubi Rose tells Bobbi Altoff her ex-boyfriend got her into creating OnlyFans content, but now she can't stop. During her appearance on Bobbi Altoff's The Really Good podcast, Rubi Rose opened up about her pivotal moment in her career, revealing that her ex-boyfriend, rapper DDG, convinced her to join OnlyFans. The conversation, which centered around the idea of trauma dumping, saw both women sharing personal struggles. Rose admitted that her decision to create content on the platform has had lasting consequences on her public image and personal relationships. You don't say. Now, let's keep it a buck here. Rubi Rose, she grew up in a decent parenting situation. She had parents growing up, right? She knew the consequences of her actions. She knew, but she thought 304 life was a better path for her. And it didn't just start with OnlyFans. This is where I come in. So remember last year, I was showing you Rubi Rose's old tweets, right? So let me show y'all something real quick. Let me show you guys something real quick. Okay. Rubi Rose, age 27. So I'm turning 27 this year also. So, she's going to be turning 28 this year, right? So I'm going to be turning 27. So she's around my age. Born in 1997. She's 27 years old right now. I'm going to show you some old tweets of hers that got deleted, right? We're going to show you some tweets from 2014. Now, when she made this tweet on July 2nd, 2014. Hold on. Oh, I didn't even share this tweet. My bad. I didn't even share the tab. So right here, this tweet right here. She says, sometimes you have to lie about your age when it comes to NFL players. This tweet is from 2014, July 2nd, 2014. So at that time, she was 16 when she made this tweet, if I'm not mistaken. Right? So what? This was 11 years ago. So yeah, she was 16 when she made that tweet, possibly even 15. These are all tweets that she made when she was 15, 16 years old. Here we have another tweet. She says she just got invited to fly out to Cali to watch my boo play. Go Chargers. The only question is, will my mom say yes? So she was either 15 or 16 when she made this tweet right here. 15 or 16. Right? And she was already getting flown out. And I already told you the story from there was a specific girl I knew in high school, and she was 15, 16 years old, and she was already getting flown out by a dude with money, a trust fund baby with money. She was already getting flown out. So this happens a lot, right? She goes, the game just insta DM'd me. Is this real life? I can't breathe. And she's bragging about it. She's bragging about it. She's 16 at the time when she made that tweet. 16. Remember this, 16. She was 16 when she made these tweets. 16. Bragging about the game DMing her. Bragging about Travis Scott DMing her. So she's always been on that type of demon time. Her tagging Travis, I'm saving me for you at age 17, right? So these are tweets that have been screenshotted because she obviously deleted them from their page, because it's kind of hard for you to play victim with tweets like this exist. But she's going to try her damnedest. She's going to try her damnedest, right? She was already a 304. She already was heading towards that. Now, hold on. Let me see. So Pyro said, Chris, when you show me that video and even the women in the comments are not backing her out. Yeah, obviously they're not going to back her now, but for her to even think she was going to get support just shows you how delusional she is. Now, if Ruby Rose, with her history, she thought she could pull it, the victim card, what do you think the average 304 is going to do? The average woman that gets caught by her husband, or she gets caught by her a fiance finds her doing a video or something. What do you like? If Ruby Rose, even with her history, how about this? Forget Ruby Rose. Look at Mia K. Y'all know who I'm talking about, the adult film star Mia K. She's still running with with that narrative that she was a victim. If they think that they can pull it, what do you think the average woman is going to do? The average woman that went to college and got her back blown out and had nothing to show for it. Or the average 304 that started on OnlyFans didn't make no money off of it and deleted it. What do you think they're gonna do? This is why this is why this is troubling to me. Because even with all of her history and all of that, she's still trying to play the victim and throw DDG under the bus, right? Who's already well hated by women and black women in general. So this is why I try to tell guys or tell people, please be careful, because people have their agendas. You know. Midnight Sun said, yet if he didn't allow her to do what she wanted, women would have called him abusive. That's where this is because we kind of we lost that battle. We've lost that battle. We've lost that battle. We've allowed women to play, use the double jeopardy abusive card, because we allow women to say I've been or they've been abused and blah blah blah. We allow women to say this without questioning them for too long, and that's our fault. We dropped the ball. Or if it'll be certain male celebrities, particularly black male celebrities, they get in trouble. Hoes call them abusive, or they'll say they did this to them, and people will just believe it just because a hoe said it, and we allow them to just keep running with it. That's the reason. Why do you think Rubi Rose still thinks she can pull it? Because there's still people that are willing to believe her because she's a woman, right? So we, as men, we've dropped the ball. So we're gonna have to face the consequences of our actions on that. And yes, I'm blaming men on that, because there should be no reason. You think Rubi Rose could be in Dubai and make a tweet like this? Like, say if Rubi Rose was on that same type of demon time in Dubai, and she was like a well-known 304. Do you think that the 304s in Dubai or in these Middle East countries, they can make a tweet 10 years later after choosing 304 life to make a tweet like this and say that they were a victim? No. Now, they might be able to say, I'm going to convert back to a religion. They might be able to do that. But in terms of saying that they were a victim and they were trafficked, nah, that's not going to work. But in America, you can do that. He said, what kind of weird group is this? Pre-diabetic and OF star Rubi Rose. The hell? Yo, I remember in high school, there used to be groups like that. They used to do little groups like this. I already told that story a while back. Educated Tyrone said, I'm a fossil compared to Chris. Oh, wow. So Educated Tyrone said, yeah, even when Cardi first smashed her, she was 16 or 17. And here's the thing about that, because she was already getting flown out by rappers and all these things at 16. So that, you know what that means, right? That means she's been active since she was really 12 or 13. That means she's been active since middle school. You know what I mean? And a lot of people don't want to think about that, but she's been a hoe since middle school. Like, for her to even get to that level where she's already being flown out at 16, 17 by rappers, that means she's been a hoe for I'm talking about for a long time. You know what I mean? So this is Educated Tyrone said she was a thought before DDG. She capping hard, Yeah, So she's trying to make it seem like DDG made her become promiscuous. And I'm pretty sure if you ask DDG about the OF situation, I'm pretty sure all he did was tell her, like, look, you're already posting half naked bikini pics on Instagram. You might as well just post them on OnlyFans. You can actually make money off of it. That's probably all that he said. But they're gonna take that as, oh, he groomed her. He groomed me. He groomed her to be an OnlyFans star. And he probably only told the hoe, well, if you're already going to post half naked pics for free, you might as well do it on OnlyFans and get paid for it. I know a lot of ninjas that'll tell a bitch that. I'm like, I think I told a woman that. I was like, well, you're posting yourself half naked online anyways. You might as well post, you might as well do an OF and get paid for it. You're being a hoe for free. Oh man. Yeah, DDG be catching strays. So that's why she's trying to conjure up his name so she can be able to push her agenda. Let me see. So Midnight Sunset, Chris, I agree. How do we fix these issues? By start ignoring these actions and not giving in to lust. I agree. And well, yeah, you said it, just by ignoring it, by just not taking it seriously. Because there's no way if she was in these other countries, she would be able to pull that story. You can't. You can only do that in America. Because first of all, we already know how crooked lawyers are in America. And then second of all, not only can she get money for possibly suing people like this in the future, but she could also reinvent herself by saying, "Oh, I'm joining Christianity now," right? That's the next move. Or I'm joining a religion. I'll talk about that another time, Pyro. He groomed her. Yeah, but she's setting the playbook, basically, And these are the things I always bring up, the Bill Cosby situation. And I don't know if you guys remember Reaper. He would come on this chat pause quite frequently when I would open up the panel, and he's talked about when the Bill Cosby, that was the litmus test. That was the test. We failed as men, particularly black men. We failed. They were able to push the agenda that they were able to push. So now hoes started taking their notes. They're like, oh, we could start accusing motherfuckers from 50 years ago, 60 years ago. Even though we don't even, they're saying that they were drugged. They don't even remember what happened but they know exactly what happened from 60, 70 years ago, drugged out at a Playboy mansion where everybody was getting effed up. But once people started opening that path past the statute of limitation, now you had all these hoes accusing rappers, actors, this and that from 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 40 years ago, then surviving R. Kelly. We need to nip this stuff in the bud, and we have to have men that are not afraid to be like, I don't believe this hoe. Stop it. It's probably going to have to take women to be like, nah. But women, they don't want to give up their advantage. Because women right now, they have an advantage. They're not going to give it up. They've worked too hard for it. So Educated Tyrone said, I'm guessing you covered Kevin Gates and Brittany Renner already. No, I try not to cover Brittany Renner. She is a whole she's a troll. She's a troll. Kevin Gates is funny though. Kevin Gates is funny, but Brittany Renner, I try not to put her on my videos. That's like that's one of these people I really try not to give airtime because she's just a full-blown mess. And her anytime I see her in her garb, right, in her traditional, clothing, right, she just she's so disingenuous. I can't take her seriously. As soon as I she's one of them bitches, like I'm messed up because there's certain girls that would like come to like my cousin's house, right? And as soon as they would enter the premises, I would just start laughing at them. They'd be like, "Why are you laughing at me, Chris? Why are you laughing at me? What do you find so funny?" And I'm like, "You, bitch, you just do you see you? You just funny. You funny, man." They come in, they think they finna do something. They think they got a plan. It's, like I know this one bitch. She had posted something on her Instagram, like stories, right? And she was like, I want a calm man. A man that does this, a man that does that, but ultimately a calm man, but he's not a pushover. And I replied to her with a laughing emoji. What's so funny? What do you find so funny? And I'm like, no, I just find this post funny. No, I want to find out what's so funny. He's just like, you don't. I'm like, you don't see it. Obviously, you don't see it because just you posting these slew of memes in general, you clearly don't see how how funny you sound. Especially, I know the type of ninjas you like to be with. I want a man that's calm. No, you don't. This is the same girl that be talking about how she openly talks about sleeping with men that swing both ways. Just this girl, by the way, this woman is in her like early 30s, right? She around like what 34, 35, and she's still it's like she's 12 years old in the head when it comes to dating. It's like a 12-year-old. It's like it's really embarrassing, but she just doesn't see it. And usually I kind of ignore like the memes that she'll put on her story, but because I know her, I saw those memes and I just started laughing. I was like, stop, please. Oh man. South Holland said, give the money back if you say you got groomed. You already know that's not finna happen. Oh yeah, she don't yeah, she was literally on my DMs. What do you find so funny? What's so funny? I'm like, you don't see it. There's no point in even explaining this shit to you. Because first of all, I'm trolling you, and then second of all, you're trolling yourself by posting some memes like that. I want a calm man. No, you don't. Midnight Sun said, no such thing as a calm man, maybe a patient man until he loses his ish. I'll say, like, I could literally set up a woman with a calm man or a perfect man, and she'll blow it. She'll blow it. They don't want a responsible, organized, a disciplined man, a calm man, or even a nonchalant kind of dude. They don't want that because I've been in that position where I've been the nonchalant guy, and these 304s will lose their ish, or you'll be in a situation where she'll say, "Oh, I don't think this is gonna work out," and then you'll be like, "Okay, cool, it's nice knowing you," and then they will text you back talking about, "But why you? So you're not even gonna try?" And you're just like, "Nope, blocked." delete. You just like, I have no time for that. And then they'll be so mad at you for being quote unquote calm. And that's just me being calm. They get mad at you if you block them, and they will call you emotional, and you're just like, how does that make me emotional? Like one broad, I remember one specific one. Oh, the older broad that I was with, and she ghosted me twice, two times in a row, and I was like, oh, okay. I don't even give people 2 times in a row, but all right, I guess this is what. And I texted her. I'm like, maybe I don't think this is gonna work. I said this. I don't think this is gonna work out. Okay. She goes, cool. I block her. All of a sudden, I'm getting all types of reports from miscellaneous people about how crazy I am. I'm like, what? Oh. How emotional I am. I was like, all I did was block you. But this is where we are. This is where they can't even handle like you'll respect her wishes, or any woman, not just her, but any woman. You'll respect their wishes, and you'll be like, okay, I'm cool. And I've seen this from younger women as well. They'll be like, why are you not? They'll be mad at you for not trying. And I'm like, I'm respecting your wishes. I'm moving on. But now I'm at that point where if I see stuff like that, or why you not trying hard enough, block. No, you're not finna have me out here looking crazy. And second of all, like this is where hoes want to start laughing. Like you'll have like certain hoes, they'll start, I have a stalker, right? Oh, you have a stalker? Oh, I don't think this is gonna work out. Wait. Nope, this is not gonna work out. Last thing I need is some ninja that you weren't being upfront with pulling up on me with his piece or a knife or one of these things over miscommunication, over you playing middle school games. I don't have time for that. I know who I can go to, I know the people that I can go to where I can enjoy myself with them. Even if sex isn't involved, I can enjoy myself with them, and I don't have to worry about my life being on the line. But at the same time, that's my fault too, because a lot of the women like that, those are mainly Hispanic women and Black women that do stuff like that. But I digress. I digress. Right. Yep. South Holland says there are millions of men ready and willing to marry who will never cheat and provide everything. They don't want them. And how about this here? I know there's plenty of men that I know that they can actually take care of multiple women, and they're calm people, but they just have multiple women. But obviously they wouldn't want a guy that's that open about his situation. But you say you want a calm man, but like I said, a lot of the times a calm man is somebody with options. So yeah, Pyro, watch this. Yeah, I've had a lot of women. They'll just be like, "Oh yeah, well, I've been dealing with a stalker." They think it's supposed to be cute, and really, and they think it's funny, and then I'm just like, "Oh, okay." And I just keep that mental note in mind to abort mission at any signs of trouble, because I'm not gonna be walking around with you. Or they'll ask me, do you want to come with me to this spot at 2 p.m., 3 p.m.? I'm like, not in broad daylight. Nope. Just for somebody to take a picture of the bitch and then somebody start relaying pictures, and all of a sudden I have a dude stalking me. No. No, absolutely not. Women will go out with the most reprehensible guys just so they can have a story to tell afterwards. No, absolutely not. Like I can't. No. But like I said, this happens particularly, especially when you're talking about Hispanic women. Yeah, I'll say, I'm not gonna say not black women, because black women too, but I'll say specifically Hispanic women. They really think that's like, they just think it's normal, and that's no. I'm not risking my life over that. No. Let me show you the other Ruby Rose clips that I think I have, because I think it's not her. I don't think it's her first time saying something like this in general. Oh, I was wondering what was happening outside. I thought, yo, I thought like my car was like breaking or something. It's just lightning going on. Never mind. So here we have more clips, I guess, in general.
I was talked into doing OnlyFans by my ex. And
Okay.
Okay, so let's get to the second clip. Let me see this.
I wish I need to do that.
and you would do you not to I don't like talking. I know you would never do it anyways, but I don't like to tell like people or influence people to do it. But the reason why you would succeed is because you give like innocent, but you're probably fucking freaky as fuck.
No.
Yeah.
What would I even post? There's no way. Do
Like
people
what you post on your Instagram, like honestly,
really?
like you like being in like doing a little.
Oh my gosh,
soft
that's
work.
crazy.
So she's talking about that she was talked into doing OnlyFans. Now she's trying to talk Bobbi into doing OnlyFans. You can't make this stuff up, bro.
Thank you.
I actually double checked before our interview if you did OnlyFans because I was not sure if that was
Really? Yeah. I don't get butt naked on it.
okay.
You know?
Yeah, you're not.
Something.
It's not
Not like
porn.
No porn. No fucking. I don't get fucked.
Yeah.
Cap.
No, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. I would never.
What would you do if a sex tape was leaked of you?
Well, I don't know. I'm sure I'd be very devastated and very sad, but I know it would look probably very amazing.
Oh yeah, shout out to Midnight Sun. He said, "Yeah, our women are like that." But like I said, it's not just Hispanic women in general. It's just there's just a lot of women, they just think it's cool, and they think that they really think that's funny. And so because right now I'm in a situation where it seems like the only women that have been 100 and haven't been on reindeer games, it's always the women that that you would think that's dealing with stuff like that, but it's not. Like I remember there was this one girl I worked with. I remember her because she was a lot nicer than people advertised. Just people acted like that she was a devil, but she really wasn't. So there was this one uh girl that I started to get to know at work, but that's when I just started leaving the job. This is the job that me and Ainsley used to work at, right? Together. So when I got to know her a little bit, I was like, oh, she's actually not that bad. She's just a person that doesn't play any games, in terms of she has a low tolerance for people playing reindeer games in general. This was like a light-skinned black girl, right? Um it's very rare, like the women in general that won't do games like that. It's very rare. It's very rare. For some reason, a lot of women, but particularly I'll say mid women, not necessarily like super beautiful women. A lot of because super beautiful women, they have to deal with stalkers, like regardless, whether they want to or not, they got to deal with stalkers. But it's specifically the mid women. They tend to talk about it like it is a status flex. You know. Let's see. So Midnight Sun said maybe because they fantasize getting raped, and yeah, that is a thing too. Once you look at the statistics of the grape fantasies that a lot of women have, it will blow your mind. I'm talking about the numbers are high. I'm talking about over 50%, stuff like that. You're just like, whoa, like over 40%. You're just like, what? In the Me Too era? Wow. Wow. Young Doga said Bobbi acting like she doesn't know she could run up the bag easy. Oh yeah, she knows she can run up the bag. Bobby's probably gonna end up doing an OnlyFans. Educated Tyrone says she's saying exactly what DDG told her, except the innocent part. Exactly. DDG probably told her told Rubi Rose the exact same thing, and now she want to say that DDG talked her into doing that, and she's saying the exact same like talking points into what led her into doing that, even though that's what she wanted to do anyway. She just wants something to blame it on, and she used DDG. She used DDG's name for a reason, because she knows DDG is the most hated, one of the more, most hated men out there for black women to pick on. Yep, this is true. Pyro said, Chris, I even see Muslim women fantasize about men doing that stuff. Yep. I seen that too. I've seen that too. It's across the line. It's across the line. It's very interesting, especially in the Me Too era. Once you start looking at the statistics behind it, you're like, in the Me Too era, and now, but it starts to make it starts making sense now. And then you look at the books that they read. Just, I want you to, if you guys are brave enough, I need you to actually look at the books that these hoes be reading, these smut books, these sexual fantasy books that these hoes be reading. It's actually one of the funniest things you'll read. It's like it's ridiculous. It's always like it's like you'll have like one plot that will be like 50 Shades of Grey. That's just one book. It's actually 50 Shades of Grey is actually less tame than what they usually read, believe it or not. They read more outlandish books than 50 Shades of Grey. Trust me. They read more, like I remember, like you'll see stuff like mafia boss slash werewolf slash getting taken advantage of, and then another one, her cheating on her husband with a 6'7" vampire that's that's killed umpteenth amount of people, and she becomes the victim, but she ends up falling in love. Like, you should see the plots. I'm not making this stuff up. Like, you should see the plots of these things. You're just like, who wrote this? Like, the plots of these, but you're just like, what the fuck? Bear slash man. Man bear. He transforms into a bear, and then he transforms into a man. Lives by himself in the woods. She's like, what kind of books are these? It's actually like they read way more crazier stuff than 50 Shades of Grey. Just read those fantasy books that they read. It's just absolutely wild. Absolutely wild. South Holland said, and they'd be the best sellers too. Facts. I'm really starting to, because I'm looking at, because they be, these books be selling, dog. They be selling, and women be addicted to these kind of books, and they be talking about men addicting to pornography and all this stuff. But I'm like, what about the stuff y'all be reading? Young Doka, shout out to you. He said, you see in real life, they can't get the vampire or werewolf, so they'll settle for a serial killer or a guy like the main character from the show You. I've seen that. I've seen even plots where I'm looking at the plots of these books. Serial killer, woman gets caught and captured. Serial killer falls in love with girl. They procreate and they have a family and they live happily ever. These are like the books that they be reading, and you're just like, what in the? I'm like, this is entertainment. They. I'm like, man, these hoes have a serious mental issue, with with these books. Like, you just when you read the plots of these books, you'll hold on. Let me show y'all. Because I don't want to. I'm not making this. Trust me, I ain't making this stuff up, man. Hold on, because I would have sworn I saved this on Twitter. I would have sworn I saved this, but I could be wrong. Because there was somebody that had it was a black girl. She had said, "Look at all these books I'm reading. This is what you need. You guys are not reading enough books." Right? She wanted a virtue signal on how much books she was reading, and then somebody actually did a Google search on the books, and they were all smut. It was all smut. It was all smut books, all of them. And then I doubled back and I did the research, and I was appalled. All of the books that she showed were smut. I'm pretty sure I would have sworn I saved that in my bookmarks. I gotta look for that joint. Because I was like, this is the stuff these whole like, and they're bragging about these books because I guess she showed the books. Like, she showed the books just thinking that nobody was gonna do no research. That's what. Oh, here it is, right here. Right here. Let me show the full tweet if I can. Yeah, let me show. So this woman right here, she had a picture and she showed all the books that she was reading to like brag about all the books that she was reading. And like, this is what people would think, oh, this is an average girl. Look at her reading all these books. Meanwhile, right here, she goes 110 books down this year. And this guy did the research behind one of these books. He said, Google these books, and half of them have descriptions like this. They captured me, broke me, molded me into their perfect weapon. They made me murder and seduce strangers until a hitman killed my captors and set me free. Leroy, I rescued a girl from a basement thinking she was innocent, but I brought home a serial killer whose darkness borders on insanity. You're just like, what kind of plot is this? So she gets captured. She becomes their sex slave. She escapes, but she escapes with a serial killer in another bro. What? This is, you see, genres: romance novel, thriller, erotic literature. This is the stuff that they read. This is the stuff that they read, man. Bruh. Look at this picture right here. They said Barnes and Nobles added a monster effer section. I'm crying. So this section right here in Barnes and Nobles is basically for women that are basically into bestiality. So these are the books where the women are falling in love with a werewolf or a monster, a demon, a vampire, a bear, right? All this kind of stuff, right? This is the erotic literature that women will read and act like they're doing something. Right? This is you can't make this stuff up. Right? You can't make this stuff up. That's a great idea. You know what? I'm gonna do Midnight Sun. I'm gonna do that. That's a great idea. I'm gonna do that. Midnight Sun said you need to do an audiobook while you're streaming. It would be a good laugh. I'm gonna find one of these books. I'm gonna find one. Because I don't want my algorithm to be messed up, because certain things that you put in your algorithm, then it's gonna keep popping up and people are gonna think I like that kind of stuff. So I have to be careful with that. But I might call a girl I know and I'm gonna be like, tell me what you're reading right now. Let me hold one of them books. And we're gonna do a read aloud of one of these chapters. It is, bruh. $440 Rose sessions. Yikes. But apparently men are the perverts. Men are the perverts. That's what I've been told. Oh man. Yikes. But yeah, I've been told that men were the perverts. And then you know what's funny, right? When it comes to the smut stuff, and I'll show you. Please remind me, because there was a guy that was calling women out for this, and I have a video about that. When he was calling out women for reading stuff like this, and basically saying like this is just as bad as pornography addiction for men, it was all the women in the comment section was trying to defend it. Oh no, this is not true. You're just coping. No, you're coping. None of the women wanted to admit like this is just as, detrimental as prawn. None of them wanted to give it up. But let me finish the clip, because there's a clip from Rubi Rose when she was on Logan Paul's show that I wanted to show.
But that is a lot of money and does have me thinking. Do you still get brand deals and stuff?
Yeah, I have a deal with Price Picks,
Okay.
but I make so much money. It's like if it don't make sense, like if you're not paying me what I want to be paid, like I can take a picture and get paid $50,000. So it's like if I'm not
From one person?
no, like
just from posting it on.
Yeah.
Oh my
So
God.
it's
Let me see if I can find a Logan Paul clip. It should be here.
So when you
Here we go. Right here.
do these, is a part of you thinking that it'll boost specifically OnlyFans numbers? Like I imagine a large part of our audience will be like,
I mean, like my main, like this is where I'm at. Like my shit grows every month. Like it's gonna do what it does regardless. Like, but also like me as my Instagram, my Twitter, my everything, because all that shit it goes in tandem. So like, it just like of course I would hope it. I mean, my main focus is in my OnlyFans. It's really like social media in general. Like, and I gotta keep my shit going.
yeah.
Like,
So again, I'm back to the question of like, rapper first, social media star first.
I don't want to be known as an OnlyFans sex worker. Like, no, thank you, please, guys. But like, I mean, I do music. Like that's what makes the most money is my.
Oh yeah, there was I think a man had made that book. He's like, the book was on how to destroy men, and but there's no way you can make a book called how to destroy 304s. There's no way. There's no way. Without there being any serious serious backlash.
My OnlyFans.
So
but I do other things. Like my main focus isn't that.
So how did you
I started
make
OnlyFans.
so when you do these,
Here we go. So she's gonna say when she started OnlyFans.
Decision, yeah, to
in
start
2020 during COVID, during the pandemic.
for
Everybody's always blaming everything on the pandemic. Oh man, I was about to start a business, but the 2020 hit. Man, I was about to start my music thing, but 2020 hit. The pandemic. Oh, I was about to start my restaurant, but the pandemic. I was gonna be doing something in life. I was gonna do something in life, but then the pandemic hit. Then I just found OnlyFans and convenient. People been using that 2020 excuse for a little bit too long now. It's 2025 now. We got to stop using 2020 as an excuse for everything that's gone wrong in our life.
What reason? Because
My ex did it. DDG. He started it first, and he told me to do it.
Oh, he got a kid.
He did. Congratulations to them. And yeah, so
how does
anyway,
that make you feel?
I love children, and he has been wanting a child, so I think that's lovely for them.
But no,
No ill feelings. Absolutely.
Cap. Rubi Rose, because she said that in 2024. Now in 2025, in March, she's bringing up DDG's name up and saying that, oh, he talked me into doing OnlyFans. She's trying to set this ninja up for a case later on. That's what she's trying to do.
No, it's a baby.
So he convinced you, right?
Yeah, he was like people had been telling me to do it because I would like twerk on Instagram for fun already.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, I did that, dropped out of college and moved to LA. And my life has just been like going up since.
What have you been buying? That's a lot of money. $1 million a month. Surely you're spending it on some dope shit.
I bought a couple houses, some cars for myself and my friends and my family, and just like property. Like I'm very frugal. Like we're all three sleeping in the same bed at the hotel together.
No way.
We're flying Frontier home. Like
anyway. Oh man, like I don't know, man. It's I don't know why. I don't know why women will say stuff like this, like especially. I remember I used to be on my cousin's podcast, and they would women would say stuff like this, and I would just be laughing, and they're always like, well, "Chris, why are you laughing?" I'm like, "Y'all don't hear yourselves." I'm like, "What kind of plan?" Wow. Okay. Southbound says so many excuses for failure. Yeah, that 2020 stuff, they got to stop that. They always everything. I'm like, dude, 2020 was 5 years ago. Can we stop blaming everything on 2020 now? Holy crap. Blame everything on 2020, man. Oh, that's what I was about to show you. So enough about Rubi Rose, because she's cooked, but she's trying to lay down the foundation work. Now, I just want people to just kind of, you see, like how we dismiss Mia K. We need to dismiss Rubi Rose in that same way. We just gotta laugh it off. I don't want her laying down the groundwork for the 304s, even though it's gonna happen anyways. But in her conjuring DDG's name, because she knows DDG's name generates clicks and hate, particularly from Black women. So she's trying to use that so she can push her victim narrative, which I'm not falling for. Stop mentioning DDG's name. I hate hoes like this. They swear that they have no ill feelings. They moved on. And mind you, she done slept with everybody, but she always be bringing up DDG's name as much as she possibly can. Move on, please. DDG didn't talk you into doing OnlyFans. He didn't talk you into doing something that you wanted to do that anyways. DDG, he didn't even give you a push. He was just like, you might as well do it. And there was a lot of other people that said you might as well do it. You're just holding on to DDG saying that because you felt a certain way. Because the actuality of the situation is this: she felt a way when DDG said you might as well do an OnlyFans, because she liked DDG the most, and she's probably felt a certain way that DDG didn't really look at her as a wife. He didn't really look at her as a person that he wanted to have kids by, right? So that's really what it is. That's why she keeps mentioning DDG's name. and now she's trying to throw DDG's name under the bus. Low key, she feels a certain type of way that he never really looked at her as something serious. He just only looked at her as a great time to just be around and, you know, kick it with, but nothing more, nothing less. And that's what it usually happens too. That's why I try to warn men about that, because I try to tell dudes, I don't care how many men she slept with. I don't care. She could be the biggest hoe on earth. If you move on from her and you have like a main chick after her, and you kind of ghost her from time to time, or you'll still have her as a side chick, and then you end up with a main chick that's not her, she's gonna feel a type of way. She's going to feel a type of way. And she could be the biggest slut on earth. She's gonna feel a type of way. If you were the side piece, if you were just using her for fun, and you're still using her for fun, and then she sees you out of nowhere, you get into a main relationship where you have the girl as your number one, but she's still the side, she's gonna feel a type of way, bro. She will never get over that. That's why I try to tell men, when it comes to dealing with women like Rubi Rose, or, you know, other side chick material type chicks, you need to be single yourself. The only drawback is when you're single, they try to act like you don't have no options. But if you are in a situation, then they're gonna try harder, you know. So that's the catch 22. You know, that's the catch 22. Okay, let me see the comments real quick. He said what they call frugal is still wasteful. No, that's what I was saying when she talking about, oh, we slept in the same bed. Oh Lord. these hoes. This bitch probably just got the wrong room. Oh man. Pyro said, I hate women like that. Yeah, like Ruby, like girls like that. Like, believe it or not, you're better off dealing with the sexy red type as a side chick than a Rubi Rose. Believe it or not. And I know people might be shocked when I say that, but I'm just saying, sexy red, she won't put your business out there. She's the type, she won't, like, especially if you pay her, she won't put your business out there. Remember when Aiden Ross kind of got exposed with the Sexy Red situation? Sexy Red, she didn't put that out there. Somebody else put that out there. And then when they had asked Sexy Red, she didn't deny it. Right? But she's the type you can just have fun with, and then she'll see you with your main piece, and she won't bother you. She won't she won't put you on blast for you being on with your main piece. Or if you was having fun with her, and then later on in life or like later on that year you are in a relationship, you don't have to worry about her causing drama. Now, Rubi Rose, you know, the Rubi Roses of the world, the average IG model, you know, these people that's different. That's different. But like I told you, I always say this: one thing that will drive a woman up the wall is if you have her as a side chick, or you've been messing around with her, and then you pop up with your main chick, and but you're still messing with her on the side, or you kind of ghosted her, you don't really mess with her no more. That's gonna drive the average chick up the wall. Even if she can be a whole escort, she's gonna feel a type of way, dog. She's going to feel a type of way. So let me show you that video I was gonna show with the smut content and the cope of the women in the comment section. Let's look. Come on, where's the guy? Where's the guy? I'm seeing some videos right now that I forgot to do videos on, right? They're actually pure gold. I forgot to do them. Come on, where's the guy? He should be popping up. But yeah, he's gonna show, yeah, this guy right here. Here we go. So the caption to the video too is funny. The caption to his video is funny. He says, "Who goons harder, men or women?" Right? Let's take a listen to this.
About book talk, women are all collectively gooning on a level that nobody has ever seen. I know a book talk author. I see women at the gym reading this shit on the treadmills. I know mothers that have teenage daughters where they're comparing their preferences of these kinds of books. As a contrast for all of that, I do not know any men who are working in the corn industry. I do not know any men who are watching corn casually at the gym. I do not know any dads who are talking to their sons about corn and comparing notes. In fact, I would say I know dads who are saying, do not watch this. Even the men that are watching this stuff, it's something that's done in private for like 5 or 10 minutes, and there's a lot of like shame about it, right? With book talk, it's like hours at a time in public with like a wink, wink, nudge, nudge if you see another gal who's reading stuff like that. If you talk to a woman who's dated a man who's addicted to corn, they will talk about how much it changed who they are, changed their preferences, changed all these things about them, right? Men were basically test subjects for the last 20 years of internet corn, and it didn't go well. Like, we can acknowledge that corn gives men insane expectations. But here's something that might shock you. I will never be a 12,000-year-old billionaire vampire. So while the question of how is this impacting women's standards is interesting, I think the better one is this. How is it actually impacting women's minds? Because we know what it did to men. Are women just the new test subjects with this industry, but instead of videos on the internet, it's books? We got to talk about book talk. Women are all collectively good.
So, and I will say this: anybody that's active, right? Anybody that's been active know this about particularly young women. Every young woman I've been with, all of them wanted something crazy being done to him. Like, they wanted to be, every single one of them, they wanted to be choked. They wanted to be handcuffed. They wanted like you to do something extreme. It's like regular degular sex does not cut it for the average woman anymore. And part of that is because of the stuff that they read in their books. When you talk about 50 Shades of Grey and the increase of, you know, people doing BDSM and all this stuff, this is because of this book stuff. The smut books, right? This is what's going on. There hasn't been, like, every single broad I've been with, they wanted to be videotaped. They wanted to be like, I'm talking about borderline abused. And maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm too old fashioned now. I just like regular, like just like regular sex is fine to me. That's all I need. that's really all I need. I don't even force like oral in terms of they don't have to do it. I don't demand it. I just I don't ask for much. But compared to what they ask for is wild. The stuff that they have asked me, or the stuff that they wanted to do during the deed, is wild. Like, these are things I'm like, most men are not going to be able to carry this out. This is way too much that you're asking for. every chick wanted that I've been with, they wanted to be videotaped, they wanted to be choked, they wanted to be spanked, they wanted to be something where it's like borderline, they wanted to be smacked. I remember when I was in high school, when I was like 16 and 17 years old. I don't know, 16. I was 16. I remember following this account on Instagram. Let me see if I can bring up her account because I want to give her credit. I've given her credit on my platform before. I've actually given her credit on my platform before to be one of the few honest women on the internet. And she's not no red pill person or anything. She's just a regular woman that's just honest about how she is as a woman. She was one of the first people. Let me see. Bink 304 again. Here we go. So right here, this woman right here, she put me on to something that I didn't know was a thing. Right? So she used to have an account that was at like she had like 207K followers, and then she got her account suspended. She used to have some funny stuff on her page, but her page is not that anymore because she has a man now, so she can't put the stuff. she's in a committed relationship. I'm talking about like she's like a fiance type situation. She has a complicated situation. I had asked her these questions via the DMs. I don't want to put her business out there, but she's in a committed relationship right now, so she had to delete all of her funny stuff. When I used to follow her page when I was in high school, and she had put me on to something which you guys might be a little bit shocked about this, but there's this thing where Bink used to put on her page, "Oh man, I want my ninja to," how do I say this? She wants her ninja to spit in her mouth while doing what they doing. She just wants to get or just get spat on just in general. And when I heard that when I was in high school, I was like, what the fuck? I was like, what are you talking about? I was 16 at the time. I was like, then once I started getting into college, women would ask me to do that. They would ask me to do that. And I never obliged because I felt like I was gonna throw up if I did something like that. Meaning, if somebody did that, like they asked me to do that to them, but I didn't like. I was like, what the? I didn't want to. I just didn't feel like doing all that. But they like that. There's a lot of women that actually like that. They want they want their man to spit in their mouth while they doing it, right? And she was the first one to put me onto that. I was like, because I remember asking her at that time, I'm like, that's one of the freakiest stuff I ever heard. Like, do women actually like that? And then she was like, oh, I can't say everything, but this is what I like, right? And this is what it is. And I kept seeing her make posts like this when I was younger. I'm like, this must be a thing. Then I go into college, and then you start growing up a little bit. You're just like, oh, I guess this is a thing. So there's a lot of other things that she put me on to game, which helped me a lot immensely. So when certain things happened to me in that realm, I wasn't shocked. You know what I mean? And she also showed me that basically I ain't about that life. There's a lot of things that women require out of men sexually, particularly on the guys that they're quote unquote giving them a chance. You know what I mean? And it might tend to complicate things. But anyway, shout out to Bink 304. Please give her a follow. She's not like a red pill person. She's just, I don't even think she even makes posts like that anymore because she is in a committed relationship right now as we speak. Last I checked, with a 5'8" street ninja that was salsa dancing with some Hennessy. I'm not making this stuff up. She's in a committed relationship with a street ninja, a 5'8" street ninja. That the last time I saw him, Bink was videotaping him with his ninjas salsa dancing with a big old bottle of Hennessy. I think I've spoken on this before, but I could be wrong. When I saw that, I don't know, does she still have that video saved? Hold on, let me pause this. Do she still have that? If she still had that video saved on her story, because when I saw that, I was like, this is the most ninja-ist thing I've ever seen in my life. Does she still have that story saved? Let me look, because she got a whole lot of like just random shit stories saved. Because it was like her man, she had met up, like they were having one of them parking lot rallies with his fraternity brothers or whatever. This nigga was doing some kind of dance or whatever. Okay, that's a story of her and her sister. Okay, that's her and her ninja. This might be, is this it? Nah, that's not it. Nah, that's ain't. I don't think I'll be able to find it. God damn, how many stories she got? Yeah, I ain't gonna find it. I ain't gonna find it. Yeah, I'm not gonna find it. But that was that was the most ninja-ist thing I've ever seen in my life. I'm talking about the bottle of Hennessy was like as big as like a dog. It was huge. I'm like, where do you even get something like this? I was like, I'm like, where did you find this ninja? Anyway, you see, Young Doga said, I ain't ever choking a woman or slapping her. That ain't it. If I can't get you off because of that, then I'm a square. That's a charge waiting to happen. And you are right. That's another reason why I don't even do that. I don't even try. You know, there's other things I do. I'm not gonna lie, but that's things that ninjas been doing forever. I do the typical ninja stuff, but not that. You know what I mean? And what people got to understand too, there have been many cases where women will ask their man to choke them, right? And then she will take pictures of herself, and then she'll say, "Oh, I've been in a domestic situation or an abusive situation," and then they will show the pictures that she took right after she got choked during, sex. So that has a lot of women have been caught doing that. So you are right. That is a case waiting to happen. When you start asking about the specifics about the so-called, abuse or domestic situation, you're just like, oh, okay. I know what happened. Or a bitch will say that she got choked, and I'll be like, wait, when and how did you get choked? Because she won't be lying. She did get choked, but she's leaving out the part that she got choked during sex. But she got the pictures. She got the bruise marks to show it. I'm not like, and so that's especially since stuff like that is going on. I don't want to even give women that kind of leverage. Or like you, like in my case, you'd have like women asking to be videotaped, which I've never done that. I don't know why dudes do that, because what ends up happening is like it'll be certain dudes, they'll get in a relationship with a girl and then they'll take a video and they'll save it and they'll try to expose her later on by sending it to, her boyfriend or her fiance or her dad or whatever, whatever. And you don't understand that's gonna be a case. Like you can get in serious trouble as a man for doing that. Oh, shout out to South Holland. He said, cough, cough, Mason Greenwood. I remember when I did, okay. So with that Mason Greenwood case, I remember going on Instagram and I was defending him. I was like, I know the audio came out, and I was like, I'm like, I just have a hunch that this is just how the audio was very misleading. But I wasn't brave enough to do a full YouTube video on it. I only mentioned it on my lives. I wasn't brave enough to do a whole video on it because the evidence looked crazy. But even still then, I remember going on Instagram. I was like, look, because it was a lot of, the normies in the comment section. They didn't understand. I was like, well, the audio that came out, that doesn't really prove anything. What are you talking about? The audio. I'm like, well, there's a lot of couples that get down like that. You know what I mean? They just because when I was listening to the audio, it just this is just how they regularly get down. You know what I mean? And this clearly wasn't the first time, that happened. You know what I mean? Like anybody that's Mason Greenwood, the former Manchester United soccer player, right? People like, so just when I heard that audio, I was like, it sounds like that's just how they get down. But I wasn't tripping over it because Mason Greenwood was a player that I saw. And I'm not saying he was overrated, but he didn't have, how do I say this? I didn't really care what happened to him. Like in terms of whether he was successful or not, whether he became successful or not successful in soccer, right? I didn't care really either way. I didn't really have an emotional attachment to him. That's why I didn't OD go hard on the story. But when it happened, when that situation happened, I was trying to tell people, I'm like, I think his woman is extorting him. I'm like, I can't prove it, but for the audio to come out the way it did, this was a setup. She's trying to extort this man. That's what I thought at the time, but I wasn't brave enough to put it on a YouTube video. I only mentioned it in lives and I did it on Instagram. Right. And yeah, there was people stalking my page over there. You're a grape apologist. It was dudes all up in my comment section. And lo and behold, with that Mason Greenwood situation, when I saw her after all the hell that Mason Greenwood went through with that girl, for her to make an Instagram post a year later, I'm pregnant with Mason Greenwood's child. We have reconciled. I was like, are you serious? You damn near, you almost destroy this man's career, and now you're pregnant with this man's kid after you said he did all this stuff to you and you recorded him allegedly doing this kind of stuff to you. I was like, this bitch here. And I remember I was adding everybody. I was like, all of you hoe ass niggas owe me an apology. I was like, all you dudes, they were saying all types of crazy stuff about Mason Greenwood. I remember, but then when she pulled up, when that same woman that accused him of all that stuff pulled up pregnant with his kid a year later, I was like, that bitch. You wicked bitch. You basically destroyed his career by putting all this stuff on his name. South Holland said he probably wanted to break up. Now they have a kid. It's the funniest thing. I was like, you done had all these simps go crazy on Mason Greenwood just for her to get pregnant by him literally the following year. I was like, wow. And by the way, now that we're on the subject, Furlan, what's his name? Furlan Mendy, Benjamin Mendy. He got derailed the hardest, in my opinion, because he just got accused of that nonsense. And he was going to stay in prison. You know what got him off, in my opinion? Remember that report had came out about a year or two later that Jack Grealish was at the same party that Benjamin Mendy was and they were both messing with the same women at the same spot. And I was like, wait, so how come Jack Grealish ain't in prison, but only Mendy's in prison? That's the only reason why they reopened that case. I hope you guys know that. Because they found that Jack Grealish was at the same party and he was messing with the same woman. And people are like, wait a minute, how come Jack Grealish is not in jail, but Benjamin Mendy is still stuck? That's the only reason why Benjamin Mendy went free. Because I remember his trial. I was like, wait, so they're just gonna throw him in prison without no evidence? I'm like, where's the evidence? They just could throw you in jail. But like I said, this is the UK. We're talking about the UK. But that's messed up. Jack Grealish was sitting there walking around free, and he was at the same party. And the women that accused him were saying he was the only one there. And he was the only one that did. I'm like, and then they found out Jack Grealish. I was like, what? I was like, y'all better reopen this case this instant. They was trying to make it seem like Mendy was the only dude there. He was the only one. I'm like, what? So with Jack Grealish presence there, that means there were other footballers there. And that means it was basically an orgy going on. And for some reason, Mendy got the rough end of the stick. Because you already know what happens. Like you'll have these women, they'll go to these orgies, they'll go to these sex parties, and they think they can handle it. Then they end up regretting it, and then they need to find somebody to blame afterwards. You already know how that goes. That's literally the same thing happened to Jameis Winston, right? That's why I tell people, me personally, like, don't like as a man, I don't know how as a man you can be doing trains and stuff. But if you are a man and you're doing these trains and you're doing these 20-man missions versus one woman, just understand, if you're gonna do that, just do what you got to do and get out. Don't be calling her a 304 afterwards. Don't be looking at her in the hallways and then laughing. You know what I mean? Don't be talking crazy about her afterwards. Don't talk crazy about her during the situation. That's how Jameis Winston got in trouble in Florida State, because he was sitting there, he was probably making fun of the bitch. Then all of a sudden, she got mad and just named the most famous person that she could. And Jameis Winston was in the vicinity, and he was probably talking shit about her. That's how Mike Tyson ended up in prison, just because he didn't want to pay for the taxi cab home. He didn't, we call this, what do we call this? Aftercare. A lot of men, they don't want to do aftercare. They think men think that they get to just, sleep with women and then not take care of her afterwards. You got to make sure she's straight. You got to make sure her mental is straight afterwards. You got to make sure she has a ride home. You have to make sure, somebody's walking her home. You got to make sure she ain't walking back to her cab alone. You got to make sure her Uber fare is paid for. These are things that men think that they can like skip But they don't understand this is what has gotten a lot of men in trouble, not doing the proper aftercare after wrecking the bitch. I don't care if it's the biggest slut in the world. You got to make sure she's taken care of afterwards. Aftercare is very important. A lot of men neglect aftercare. That's why they get in trouble later on, particularly celebrities. You know, these male entertainers. You gotta make sure she's getting some money afterwards. Make sure she's getting some food. And you want to go to Wendy's? We're going to get the four. What a DJ Academics did, the four for four. Make sure she's straight. Don't be and like I said, if you guys are in school and you're watching this, if you're doing them, those 10-man missions with that one chick, or if you ran a train on a chick, don't. Or if you know she got a train ran on her, don't be looking at her funny in the hallways. Don't be making fun of her. Don't be laughing at her, because she's gonna flip the script on you. Remember, man, it's regret culture, not grape culture. It's regret culture. That's all it is. AKA, I regret it. Pyro says, I hate aftercare as soon as I'm done getting lost. Well, here's the thing. I didn't really start taking aftercare seriously until I was 21 years old. And now, but the problem is I have now a 3 to 4 year stretch before I hit the age of 21 where I wasn't responsible enough with my aftercare. Now I have 3 to 4 years of loose ends. So now, like, say if I get famous, or say if the music works out in a way where people start seeing my face, right? Even though that's not my goal. I just want to do songwriting and producing and instrumentation. That's all I want to do, and get writing credits and publishing credits. I don't want to be an artist. I want to ghostwrite the stuff that I'm doing right now, right? But say if people end up knowing who I am, I have 3 years of loose ends, and I just gotta hope that none of them said, because all one of them guys say, because I wasn't paying. All one of them gotta say is, oh, they just gotta feel a certain type of way if I don't mention him. If I don't mention him, whatever emotional state that they're in, one of them is liable to say, oh, he did something to me. So it wasn't really until by the age of 21 I started implementing aftercare like a system. You know, you gotta give them hoes something. You gotta make sure they straight. You have to, or you're running a risk. You're really, especially nowadays, you're running a risk. And Pyro, I get where you're coming from, but the laws and what hoes are able to pull off, it's too risky not to have aftercare. It's too risky. It's too risky. And plus, look, how what after, just pay for the bitch to go home. Make sure you walk her to her car. Just make sure she's straight. Because remember, you gotta understand, when you're dealing with women, it's literally like you gotta deal with them like you would deal with a kid. You have to. You're dealing with a child. So if you were taking care of a child, like say if you were watching over a child, you had a babysit, you just make sure. Now, obviously, without the fornication, right? Right? Take the fornication out. You're watching over a child, and now the child has to go home. You make sure the child is fed. You make sure him or her has a decent attitude. Make sure he or she is not upset. Make sure he or she leaves in a good note. Make sure he or she used the bathroom before he or she leaves. Make sure they, if they need to take a shower. Make sure he or she has somebody to pick them up, or you pay for their Uber. Make sure they get home safe. Call her. I always say, like, for me, what I like to do, particularly with women, I always give them a bait message. I'm like, you have fun, right? Or something like that. Something like that. You have fun, right? Give them a follow-up text. You get that follow-up text back. Oh, of course, baby, I have fun. Boom. Got him. That's all the evidence that you need. That's all the evidence that you need. So in case if she do something, whoa, I got these texts right here. That's really all the receipts that you need to protect yourself. Okay? So that's the aftercare. Remember, when you're dealing particularly with a lot of women, you're dealing with kids. You're dealing with a child. You know what I mean? So just you need to be. I don't care if she was, if you smutted her out, you had her on chains, and you you was spanking her, you was doing all this stuff, and you thinking she's tough. No, she's not tough. After doing all of that, she's gonna need massive aftercare, especially if she was doing all the stuff that she saw in 50 Shades of Grey, and you was doing that. You have to definitely make sure afterwards that she's okay. You definitely have to make sure afterwards that she's okay. And a lot of people will think that's a lot of work. And if you think it's a lot of work, then just don't deal with women. You're running a risk. You're running a risk. And then because you never know when you're going to get a job somewhere, you get a promotion, or you become successful in life, or you end up being on TV for whatever reason. Something had recently happened to me where I got put in the public light. I don't want to tell you what situation it is, but I got put in the public light, meaning music wise. I got put in the public light where you can literally look me up you can look up the band and you can see me on a famous music page. Now, people haven't caught on yet because I was wearing a hat, so I kind of hid myself. But imagine somebody looks up these videos and they're like, "Oh, I remember him from college." Hopefully, they remember all the good things. Hopefully, there's no hard feelings. If there's hard feelings and you didn't do no aftercare, so you gotta watch out, man. You gotta watch out. Yeah, loose ends. Yeah, these are loose ends. There's 3 years of loose ends, basically, of, oh yeah, everything was cool on my end. I thought everything was cool on their end. That's what they said. I didn't save no texts. You know what I mean? Because I didn't do stuff like that, saving screenshots and all that. And even then, all of that is on my old phone, and that got stolen in 2018. So basically anything. Or no, 2019, I think my phone got stolen. Either 2018 or 2019, my phone got stolen. Anyways, basically anything pre 2019 is just loose ends. From 2016 through 2019, I just got loose ends of hoes that hopefully everything was all good. It should have been, but and that's why I made sure also when I was at my job, I made sure I wasn't sleeping with anybody at my job too. South Island said, yeah, man, in college we had some goblins. He said, you can be running away and still catch a charge, Jonathan Majors. Exactly. People don't understand this is the time that we're living in. You can literally be running away from a bitch and you still get you still get charged. Black men aren't safe. White men aren't safe. Hispanic men aren't safe. In America, it's not like, oh, it's just like a black dude. You got to watch out for a white woman saying, nah, it's not that no more, dog. Nobody's safe. Nobody's safe. Okay. But aftercare is very important. There's a lot of people they want to, promote. Oh man, I just be kicking these bitches out. Don't be doing that. Not now. This is this ain't the time to do that. This ain't the time to do that. Don't do that now, man. Please don't do that now. Please don't do that now. Okay, and I think, let me see. Do I have one more video to end it off on? Oh, let me show you something that's a little bit unrelated, and then we'll sign off. Let me show you something that's a little bit unrelated. Okay, I'm going to show you a video here. Here you're going to have a simp trying to make himself look cool by talking mess about the red pill. And we already knew that was going to happen. And I predicted this in 2022, where basically they were going to link, they were always going to group together the red pill and the incels, and they were going to group them together so they could always kick down on them. And red pill was going to be enemy number one. They were always going to be they were always destined to be the scapegoats, right? So let's show this video of the simp here.
I see red pill niggas, you could literally just see like you was not cool in school. Like I never seen not one of them that's like you was one of them niggas and like you was like that your whole life. Like you always tell that you was probably lame. You went to college, got your money up, and now you want to talk to girls all types of way because you might have got curved by Cassandra way back when. Like, bro, tighten up, bro. Every time I see red pill niggas, you could literally just see like you was not cool in school. Like I never seen not one of them that's like you was one of them niggas and like you was like that your whole life. Like you always tell that you was probably lame. You went to college, got your money up, and now you want to talk to girls all types of way because you might have got curved by Cassandra way back when. Like, bro, tighten up, bro. Every time I see red
I will say this though, with this space, I've come across a lot of men with some very interesting stories on why they came to this space. A lot of interesting stories, right? I've already told you my story of college, right? Seeing what I needed to see in college. You know who had a very interesting story, and he's a grifter, but he had an interesting story. I remember hearing Rollo Tomasi said that he basically, I think he had a brother, or it was his brother-in-law. His brother-in-law had a wife. His brother-in-law loved his wife so much, he built a house for her, only to find out that she was cheating on him, and she left him for a man with a lot of money, and he ended up deleting himself in the same house that he built for her. So that was dark as hell. So that's something that he experienced as a man. You know what I mean? So that was a very interesting story. Chronic story. I don't want to repeat his story. I don't want to put his stuff out there, but I wanted to put Rollo's out there because I don't really, I don't have an infinity for him like that. But I'm just telling you, like, there's a lot of people in this space or that claim this space that have very interesting stories on why they're here or just even their background. And really a lot of this stuff happened post high school. You know what I mean? I don't know what is this thing with people. They always think, "Oh, you wasn't the man in high school." First of all, most people weren't the man in high school, and it definitely wasn't you. There's a lot of people that think that they were the man in high school, but they were nowhere. I'm talking about nowhere near the men. Like nowhere near it. It would be people. This. I will say this though. Let me tell you about because my high school experience. Because I think I had a very interesting. I have a very interesting perspective. Because most people, when they meet me in real life, they think I ain't shit. Like I'm talking about, they just think I'm like I'm dirt. And what ends up happening is it'll be normies like this that think I ain't shit. But then it'll be a guy that they look up to that think is a titan. The titan will come to me. The titan will skip over him to say what's up to me and ask how my family's going and all this stuff. Or are you going to be coming here? Are you going to be doing this? Okay, cool. See you later. Do you know how many times that has happened to me? Like, I'm talking about in life. Like, I'm talking about in life. In life. I remember when I was in, before I even go into my high school stuff, I remember being in middle school, right? And I was in a youth orchestra, whatever. Now you have the first chair, you got the second chair. They're called the principal cellist. So if you're the best cellist, they give you the first chair, or if you're the best violinist, they give you the first chair. Man, they did not homie. It was people over there. Like I remember I was late to something, whatever. They would not let me into the front of the line, whatever. And then I happened to know one of the girls in there, whatever. She was in high school, or like she was in high school already, but she already knew me because I knew her from a previous level of orchestra. So I had made it to the second level. We had 4 levels. I made it to the second level where I was the first chair cellist for that particular orchestra. I know I'm putting a little bit too much information out there. You could actually look this stuff up if you knew my real name, right? So she ends up, "Hey, Chris, whatever, blah, blah, blah. What are you doing here?" And I'm like, I'm kind of stuck in this line. I can't get in this. "Oh, dude, you're going to be late for blah, blah, blah." And then they're just like, and then all the eyes just went towards me as I go to like the first chair. Because I was looking for my folder, whatever, but they had already assigned me the first chair. This is like, it was like the first day of, it was the first day of rehearsal or something like that. So that was like our first rehearsal together because I was already the principal cellist for the first level. So I already skipped ahead to go, to the second level to be the first chair cellist. So I was first chair cellist 2 years in a row for for the orchestra, whatever. So they was just shocked to see me again being the first cellist. They were just like, "What the fuck?" They're like, how did he get it again? And then it doesn't help because the problem is when you're like in these white spaces, like these white / Asian dominated spaces, and you a ninja in those spaces, they're just like, "God damn, they taking over everything." Right. So I've always been in that position. Right. Now let me tell you a high school story that I don't think I've told you yet. Right. So because these things would happen to me frequently in high school. So I remember I was in 9th grade. I think I think I was 9th. Yeah, I was in this is freshman year. This is freshman year of high school, and because I had already made varsity for the sports team. I'm not going to say which. Well, fuck it, the soccer team, right? I had made the soccer team varsity team. Obviously you still would know the people that made the freshman team, the JV team. So you still know these guys by name, but those guys, what it was two freshmen that had made the varsity. It was me and another dude, right? So they would kind of like the people on fresh that were on the freshman team, they would kind of look up to us like we were like the we were like the super kids, right? So what ended up happening is one day we ended up not playing a varsity game, so we were actually able to play a freshman game because the freshmen were actually down a couple players, and we had actually offered to play a freshman game because we were able to double roster ourselves. So even though we played on the varsity, we were still eligible to play JV or freshman, right? So we played a freshman game, and there was a kid over there. I didn't have a shirt to play because the shirt that our varsity shirts were different from what the freshmen were wearing. So I was like, yo, we need to borrow one of your shirts to play, this game. And one of the guys, I didn't even pay attention to him. I was just like, oh, thank you for the shirt. Thank you. All right, thank you. And I just move on. I put the shirts on and then I move on. There was this girl in my class who I had no idea he was going out with this girl who was one of the prettiest girls, obviously, in our class. She was dissing me, dog. Straight up dissing. I'm talking about dissing me behind my back during a dance. She refused to dance with me one time at one of these things and blah, 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 whatever. Lo and behold, I see this bitch and her boyfriend walking down. Now, I had no idea. I had forgotten about the whole shirt situation. And I remember this dude runs into me, Chris. Oh, blah, blah, blah. Whatever. He's basically giving me all the propers, whatever. Basically, oh man, this guy is awesome. Hey, do you know this guy? He's sitting there talking to this girl. Like, hey, do you know this guy? And I'm looking at this bitch, and I'm just like, and I'm just giving her like the most blanket stare, and I don't say anything, and she has to say, oh yeah, he's in my class. Oh man, this guy is awesome. Blah 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 blah. Now, ever since that interaction, she had treated me with respect for the rest of the tenure in my high school tenure. But this is literally my life. This is literally my life. Mind you, the guy that gave me the shirt, I didn't even know that he was like, I didn't know he was like well known throughout the high school. I had no idea. I didn't pay attention. But apparently he was like one of them ninjas. One of the more popular Hispanic ninjas at the freaking school. I had no idea. Every time he saw me, he always gave me respect. But this is literally my life. It'll be motherfuckers that think I ain't shit off of first glance, but then I'm actually hanging out with the people that matter, or the people that actually matter they know me way better than the normies that think they're popular, right? So you'll have like the normies that think they're cool with this person, they're cool with that person, but then I'll show up, no background. I was coming from another district of school, so I don't know none of these people, but because I just came in out of nowhere, just come in, just being myself, I end up knowing certain people, and then they know me from sports or they know me from music, and that's basically my superpower, right? With the music or the sports, right? They're like, there's like, or like, I remember there's one specific dude I knew because I used to play soccer with him in middle school, right? His father was a coach that really helped me with my development. So because of just because of that connection, people ended up giving me a pass just because what ends up happening is they'll be like, where the fuck this guy, what ends up happening is they'll be like, where the fuck this guy came from? How did the fuck does he know blah blah blah? this guy, that guy. And what happens is I don't really try. I'm not trying to make friends with anybody. Most of the time I just want to be left alone. And then I'll just, I don't do like I said, I don't go to no dances. I don't do no cotillion. I don't got nobody's number. I only got the people on my sports team's number, right? That's what I'm doing. That's all I'm doing. I'm just doing whatever. Even like I remember even my last year, my senior year of high school, like it was these freshmen that I was taking this class with full of freshmen, one of these electives. They thought I wasn't shit until they realized I was part of the team. And then on top of that, they had saw me in a different light later on. Because what ends up happening, I remember with that situation. I remember there was these girls. They were crushing on this one guy. these freshman kids, and you got these freshman girls all trying to say hi to the star freshman boy, right? And me and this other kid, we pop out of nowhere. And we were seniors at the time, and we started giving this kid shit, started rubbing his head in like we were his OGs. Meanwhile, you had all these hoes staring like, who the fuck are these guys? And he has his head down like he's a puppy dog, but we were just giving him shit. And then I remember going back to class and just like, how do you know him? I'm like, oh yeah, I know this. I know this guy, whatever. But that's usually what ends up happening. They think I ain't shit, but then they end up seeing me in a different light. They'll see me hanging out with somebody, or they'll see me just outside with somebody that they had no idea I had affiliations with. And it still happens to me right now when I do music. So I come in the studio, they're like, who is this gruffy looking ninja? And then they see me on the keys. Or what happens is there's people in the studio session, they're literally calling out to me, yo, Chris, get on the keys. They're like, who? I guess they look at me, they probably think I'm trying to rap or something. They think I'm a rapper, or they just think I'm an onlooker looking to smoke. They don't think I'm playing an instrument, but that's usually what happens. And normies like this that I just showed, they always make me laugh because they never see it coming. They never see it coming. A guy like this that I'm showing you, he's just bashing on the red pill, and he's doing what he's doing this so he can quote unquote get on the right side of history, quote unquote, right? So he's just he's like, I'm one of the good guys. I think the red pill is for losers, and these guys didn't get no girls in high school. And by the way, it's always the dudes that they never think that be getting certain hoes that end up, and then once they find out that guy is getting certain hoes, they just be shocked. They're always shocked. And I really hope nobody from my high school is listening to this right now. They or people that know, they're gonna put two and two together. They're gonna be like, oh, I know who this is. I know who's talking on the mic. Because I put just these past 15 minutes, I put a lot of information about myself right there. That's why that's why I never put my name. I've never put my full name out there. Young Doka says she dissed you, but after her BF gave you social proof, she respected you. Typical female behavior. Yeah, that's life. Now, that has happened the other way around, where it was like a girl knew me and then the boy ended up respecting me, but that interaction kind of stood out to me. that interaction kind of stood out to me. Because that was interesting, because I had no idea where his social standings was in the class, because I didn't know, because going to the high school that I went to, it wasn't the same district that I went to the middle school with. So I was going to a completely new situation with completely new people, right? And yeah, and ever since that interaction, she kind of, tread lightly with her words. Because she was highly disrespectful in my opinion during that time. But I didn't make no big deal of it, So social, I always say this, yeah, social proof is king, in my opinion. And I could be biased about that because of my unique sort of set of circumstances from elementary school on. Social proof is really everything. Because I'm talking about, like, people could literally be like, ew, who's this weirdo? And I've been in that situation way too many times. Who the fuck is this guy? And then all of a sudden, teacher comes up to you, or you're waiting in line somewhere. I remember being late to my own show, and then the damn conductor of the whole show's literally having to pull me out of the line so I can make it on time. Like, and they're just like, whoa, I didn't know he was. So, especially, in the space I was in, because I was in these predominantly white schools, being the only black person doing certain shit. So you just get used to it. He said he want to be on the right side of her story. Those guys that are bashing on the red pill right now, or even people like the incels, I have no respect. I have no respect for those guys. So what people are gonna have to understand now, if you're saying anything that is red pill adjacent, if you're saying anything that puts women in a compromising light, you're going to be shut down as an incel. They're just going to call you an incel virgin and just shut you down. That's what they're going to do. So I hope you guys have prepared for that. I've been kind of preparing you guys for that a little bit, but it will, unfortunately, well, I wouldn't say that, but so maybe I'm used to it as well, but sometimes you gotta be prepared to be called a villain for a couple months and just get used to it. you know but even then, this is why I also said don't talk about red pill stuff at your job, because you don't want to get that label put on you prematurely without people getting to know you. So, like, say if the people that I'm working, like the band that I'm in right now, if they find out what I'm doing, if they found out about this channel, I think they've gotten to know me at a point where they understand I don't mean no harm. So I don't think it would be a complete shock to their system. But still, I don't want them to find out about this. Especially now, because what's happening is anything that's red pill adjacent or anything like this, they're just gonna call you an Andrew Tate fanboy, and you're an Andrew Tate fan incel. That's what they're gonna call you. You're an Andrew Tate follower / incel. That's what they're gonna call you. Like, what the fuck? Young Doka said, all of these dudes need to rewatch The Matrix. The red pill is about life in general, not just women. Exactly. Like, I remember even when I talk about being red pilled, I remember being red pilled about politics, when I was in high school, being red pilled, about religion, which was probably the hardest red pill for me to swallow out of all of the stuff about women in general. It doesn't really bother me that much. It was easier for me to digest it once I saw what I needed to see in college, right? So there was really no RP rage from me when it came to digesting the red pill when it comes to women, because I saw what I needed to see and everything started to make sense. And I've already been red pilled about religion, which was I would say that was probably the hardest for me. Pause. That was probably the hardest pill for me to swallow when I got red pilled about religion. And I was like, what, 16, 15 years old when I got my reality check about religion and what it really is. And you start doing the research and all that stuff. So I'm talking about so much so I don't even bring up what I think about religion. I don't even bring up the stuff because I remember being in my parents' church and saying in front of everybody in the youth ministry, I don't believe in none of this stuff. I'm talking about in front of my brother, in front of my sister. There was a time I really did not care. Like that's how I went through I went through a real RP rage when it came to religion. And that's why I didn't really go into an RP rage when it came to women, because it was just like, okay, this makes sense. When it comes to because at the end of the day, I know I'm still gonna be interacting with women in general. And then I knew there were still certain women I liked in my life. So it was just like, well, it looks like I gotta watch out for this. I gotta watch out for that. So it's no, and then on top of that, when I was in my, I was able to speak my mind when I had like my first job working with Ainsley. So, and most people were not brave enough to say the stuff that I was saying at my first job. So it wasn't, since I was able to speak my mind. So there was really no RP rage for me, and then especially listening to Corey Holcomb and the stuff that he was saying, I was still getting even when I would get played by women, if women had got me doing this, I'd be like, oh damn, Corey Holcomb warned me about this, or damn, so and so warned me about this. Oh damn, Iman 67 warned me about this. And let me tell, this is how beautiful this message is about when we talk about the RP space when it comes to women. There was a guy in my first job. There used to be this guy, I don't know if he was homeless or not. He used to be walking around trying to tell dudes about child support and all this stuff. This is the first homeless guy or guy on the street that has ever ran me down. It didn't ask me for money. The only guy that I've seen, and especially in terms of me, this is the only person I've met in my life that was like probably homeless or just on the streets, that ran me down and didn't ask me for money. And his message was talking about, look, if you have to be careful. The child support system is this and blah, blah, blah. He held me down during like my break. And I thought he was going to ask me to buy him like a coffee. Nope. He just wanted to sit with me and just talk about how evil like the child support system is, and how the family court system works and all this stuff. I was like, damn, this is the only person that didn't hustle me for money, and this is his message. This must be a serious problem. I don't know if Ainsley knows about the guy. I know somebody who does know about the guy that I'm talking about, but I know I can't bring him on this channel. But this guy was he would find young men in the street and then try to talk to them about what child support is. That's how crazy the system. I'm like, this system must not be good. This is the only homeless ninja or potentially street ninja that didn't hustle me for money. Most street dudes that be trying to holler at me at the street or trying to ask me for stuff, they're asking for money or food money. Not him. And this was his message. Right. South Holland said, when I broke from religion, it shook me. I was up for days, just often thought. Do you know who gave me that red pill about religion? And people might look at me different when I say this. But since it's you, South Holland, I'll say it. You know who gave me my first red pill about religion? Who made me start questioning things? George Carlin, another comedian. And technically it was really Eddie Griffin. I'm not going to hold you. I remember Eddie Griffin, he had made a point. He had made an interesting point about Christianity. And he had compared Jesus Christ to 50 Cent. I thought it was hilarious, but that was probably really the spark. That was probably the start of it. But I would say George Carlin was like he gave me like the smack of reality. He smacked me back into reality. And I started studying, there and after. But even, after taking the red pill when it comes to religion and understanding that, I actually have an ultimate opinion about religion, which is actually very nuanced, because I actually think your religion, it does matter. I think the normies need religion. if that makes sense. The normies need it. We need religion. I think most normies they wouldn't be able to function without that kind of structure. And I do think whatever religion you decide to align yourself with, it does matter. I do think that. I do believe that. But it's very few people have asked me, what do you think happens to you when you die? And I have an answer for that, but it's dark as hell. It's kind of dark, but it's not as simple as people might think. It's actually if I explain it to you, it actually makes sense. It makes perfect sense if I explain it, Let me see. But I believe the religion that you have, it does matter. Your religion does matter. Your religion does matter. I do. There's a reason why I say that, but I can't go into depth. I can't go too deep into it. Let me see. Pyro said he's probably been divorced and got put on child support. That's why he's homeless, so nobody come looking like him. Yeah, facts. Pyro says that's not good to work. Normies are starting to stay away from all religions, and that's kind of why we're in the situation that we're in now, because there's no structure, and without the structure, I think most normies are not. They're just not. They're not responsible enough without fear of negative consequences from a deity. And it seems like without that, it seems like normies, particularly women, go, run amok. You know what I mean? So I do think religion does matter. Your religion does matter. He said, is it dark? I have my own thoughts on after, but it would be dark too. Yeah, because if I explain it, it actually makes sense. But there's going to be a lot of people that are subscribed to my channel. They're not gonna like it. And I'll just say this: there's gonna be a lot of atheists that wouldn't like what I had to say in terms of what I think about, the afterlife, because I do think your religion matters. I do think that what you decide to believe in, what you grew up with, it does matter. But anyways, I've said too much. Bottom line is, in the future, we can't let people like Rubi Rose win. We cannot let them happen. I don't care if I sound like a hater right now. I can't I don't want this to happen. But I fear a lot of women are going to get away with this. Because a lot of men are not, they're not brave enough to stand on their nuts. And a lot of people in general aren't brave enough to do that. You know, the 2020 pandemic proved that to me. That's all I needed to see right there to lose faith in all humanity. Because I don't have no faith in humanity after that pandemic. Seeing the stuff that people was doing, that was crazy. I mean, the people that the normies had me siding with were like types of people I would have never thought I'd be associating with. And I will never forgive the normies for that. So I have no faith in humanity. So we still can't let people like Rubi Rose control the narrative. We still need to have men out there, not just women, because obviously women are going to call out Rubi Rose, but the men, we can't be afraid to be like, yo, ho, stop lying. You weren't forced to do OnlyFans. You weren't forced to make a seeking arrangements account. You know what I mean? This is stuff that you decided to do. So this is what we're working with right here. He said LOL at the Joy Taylor ticker. Yeah, I never bothered to change it. I never bothered to change it. He said, yeah. He said a lot of the normies need it. And Pyro said, Tyrone, yeah, it's for their own good. Yeah. I'll say my opinion on religion is very similar to, have you guys watched, Attack on Titan? The show, the anime Attack on Titan. And remember when they had tried to get the priests to admit, like, because the priests, there was like the religious leaders, they actually knew the truth about humans. They actually knew the truth about the people that they were, in charge over. And he was just afraid to tell the truth about what he knew. And that's kind of my opinion on that. It's very similar to that. It's very similar to that. But like I said, the normies, they need religion. They need it. They need that. He said, "Uh-oh, gotta pause. I never finished Attack on Titan." Me neither. But I won't spoil that part for you, because I gotta finish that part. I think I gotta rewatch it, and then so I can resume back to the part that I need to be at. But I that means I might have to get Hulu again, and I don't want to get Hulu. Well, Pyro says giant people eating small people. That part of that show is actually very symbolic. It's very symbolic. It's actually a very symbolic anime. It's very symbolic and very deep when you actually look at the dynamics of the show, but especially the religion part, where you had the people still believing in a god and stuff like that, but the priests actually knew the true history behind why the Titans are the way they are and the normal people are the way they are, He said go on high anime. I'll do that. I used to go on Kiss anime when I was in college, because I didn't want to pay for Crunchyroll and all that stuff. I watched so much anime when I was in college, or in high school too. And when I was in high school, middle school, and a little bit in elementary school, I used to find these websites. But yeah, Kiss anime came in clutch in high school and college, like clutch. I don't know if Kiss Anime is still there. I watch so much anime on there. Crunchyroll was supposed to be free, but they had too much ads and they didn't have a lot of shows. You know, so that's why I stopped with Crunchyroll. But yeah, anyways, that's the reason why I bring up stories like Rubi Rose, because, and this is why I bring up these essay stories. I need people to get familiar with the terms that they use, because you will be hearing this soon. You're going to hear it a lot. You're going to hear it a lot. It's going to be to the point where it's just like, damn, they ain't got no other playbook but this. But we got to deal with it. But like I said, as men, we can't be afraid to be to be skeptical. We can't be afraid to be skeptical. You can't be afraid. Like, remember when we did that story from that girl from Twitter and she showed the police report and I actually read the police report? Most dudes kind of gave up after they saw the police report, but me, I just wasn't buying her story. So I read the police report and I was like, I still don't buy your story. So, but most men they're like, if any man did what I just did with that, he would be labeled as a creep and he's not going to get no hoes. So that's really what it's all about. But anyways, be careful, because I know a lot of you guys are still going to get married. I know a lot of you guys are still going to get into long-term relationships. I know a lot of you guys are going to get pressured. I know it. And a lot of you are going to be running into women like Rubi Rose. Trust me. Obviously not famous as Rubi Rose, but mentality wise, scheming wise, all of that. Spiritually, right? They are exactly like her. Okay. Oh, so Pyro asks, have I ever played Fallout? I don't think I know. I'm pretty sure I haven't. I played Watch Dogs. One of my favorite video games of all time. Watch Dogs and Far Cry Primal. Yeah, Far Cry Primal off the it was a Far Cry 4. It was a spin-off from Far Cry 4. But Far Cry Primal was freaking fun as hell. Yeah, Far Cry Primal. Just Cause was fun as hell. Yeah, Just Cause 4 was super fun. Super fun to play. Yeah, Just Cause 4, Watch Dogs. I'm trying to think what other video games that was fun. Because I know people want to say PS4 and PS5 games aren't fun and all that, but I liked Far Cry Primal on a PS4. I liked Far Cry Primal. I liked Infamous. Infamous. I liked Infamous 2 and the first two Infamous games. I'm not saying I didn't like the third one, because the third one was the PS4 one. Do I still have? Hold on, let me. Do I have the CD? Let me see. I'm literally getting up right. Yeah, it's called Infamous Second Son. Yeah, I'm literally looking at that game right now because I have like this pile of video games. Oh my god. Yeah, Infamous Second Son was decent, but maybe it's the nostalgia connected to playing Infamous 2 and the first Infamous game. Oh, man, I remember first playing Infamous for the first time. I was like, this is freaking wow. Wow, this is fun. On the PS3, I never forgot the feeling of playing Infamous for the first time. That was so cool. Yeah, playing Infamous. Oh my god, that was awesome. Let me see. South Holland says, if your girl or the one you want, if your girl or the one you want doom scrolls or is heavy on social media, she's lost. Yeah. Well, that's most of them, you know, especially with TikTok. Like even I know even decent girls, they get caught up in that TikTok, you know, doom scrolling on TikTok. Just the way that the TikTok app is designed, you know what I mean? Yeah, I love the options with on Infamous 2 where you can become evil or good. So they give you red lightning if you're bad, blue lightning if you're good. You know, I love that. The karma endings, right? The karmic shifts. Yeah, I liked Infamous 2. I think I liked the first Infamous more than the Infamous 2, but I remember playing Infamous 2 more. So I like the Infamous series. Even Second Son, I like Second Son too on the PS4. That was I remember this guy I went to high school with. I remember him playing the PS4 for the first time and him coming back is like, oh my gosh, playing PS4 is like playing real life. And he was playing Infamous Second Son as his first game. And then I ended up playing it a year later. And then I ended up playing Watch Dogs a year later. Watch Dogs, especially the first Watch Dogs video game, that was fun as hell. Yeah, Watch Dogs. I like the Watch Dogs series because everything that Watch Dogs has predicted has come to pass. Like the Watch Dogs, they put me on to like I was able to predict most things because of Watch Dogs. Because everything like from smart cars to the technology, AI, running things. Like Watch Dogs literally predicted everything. Just all you got to do is watch the plot of Watch Dogs 2, and the Watch Dogs Legion, the third game. Everything that they've predicted has come to pass. Everything. I'm talking about it's so scary accurate how scary accurate Watch Dogs is. Watch Dogs has predicted life, elections being bruh. They've predicted everything. I liked the first Watch Dogs. Well, I'll say this, in Watch Dogs 2, there's way more things to do. There's more things to do in Watch Dogs 2 than in than the first one, but I think Watch Dogs the first one is still better. Pyro says, close the doors, close the doors. I wonder what that's a reference to. I must be missing that reference. But anywho, that's all I had to say about Rubi Rose today. Damn, I went overtime again, but I had time tonight. I had time. I'm not gonna lie, I had time. I finished work early as hell today. Early as hell. One of those rare times. So I should have. Oh no, I don't have no. I don't think I have any videos loaded up for tomorrow, but they should still drop. They should still drop. I'm gonna look through my drafts. I'm gonna look through my drafts because I don't think I have any news video coming up tomorrow for like in terms of current events, but I should still have some other stuff of me reacting to some other content. But man, yeah, thank you guys for tuning in tonight. Watch out for more content ahead. I'm still trying to change my platform a little bit more and more. Trying to invest more and more into the platform. So, man, thank you for being patient with me. Thank you for continuing to support the channel. Thank you for watching these live streams. thank you for watching the videos. You know, I would have never thought, you know, if you told me in 2022 I'd have 2.K subscribers doing this, I would have told you you're crazy as hell, but here we are, you know. Oh yeah, and then shout out to Educated Tyrone. Subscribe to his channel because he be raging out of nowhere at times. Yeah, man. Talk to you later, Pyro. Shout out to you guys in the War Band. Thank you guys for tuning in. What video will we leave this? Will we end this with? Let's see what we got. Yeah, we'll do Corey Holcomb again because I just love this video. I love this video so much. So, man, peace out, guys, and take care. Shout out to you, South Holland. Take care, man.
Exactly. I was with Floyd Mayweather. When I met him, I couldn't believe it. Floyd was like, hey, what's up, man? This my fiance. This my girl. They was both standing right there. That's what paper do, boy. You got that paper, people fall in line.
I don't care for
Now, it's a shame that people fall in line because of the paper, but this is a fact. If you got that paper, you can bring your whole family to the barbecue. Not the family you had. I'm talking about if you got that bread, you can bring everybody to the barbecue and demand they act like they got some goddamn sense. That's my boy about her. That's my boy about him.